Okay, well, this one's gonna be kind of straightforward. I'm looking to capture some critter activity. Meaning, I want to show off all the beautiful critter friends I brought into this reality. So lately I've been on my, I would say, second main save here. We're on the ONSETTER main save. And we're aboard the Hattori Hanzo 1. On the other save we have the Hattori Hanzo 2, but the Hattori Hanzo 1 has this very peculiar raider build that I don't show off enough, but I might as well. So here, let's just show you some view that is not that view. Dun, dun, dun. So I am very much considering setting up a mod that I recently seen in the mod channel. Shout out to the mod community out there. They're just I just recently joined a mod community. I mean, I don't really consider myself a modder so much. I do manipulate the JSON files, but I can only do that by using GoFungus's save editor. So I don't know. What is that? What is that? What are we? Who knows? Hold on, I'm trying to get stuff ready. There's my thing. Ah, there it is. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Okay, we're getting there. Yes. Okay, here we go. So, so the point of this stream, I'm not gonna do a giveawayathon. Usually, that's my bag. You know, I might end up doing that at the end of the stream, maybe, just for at least a little bit. Just, is it me or that frigate, living ship frigate is just extra big? Jeez. Yeah, it kind of looks extra big. Did I do something? I might have done something. I don't think I did, but geez, that looks crazy. Yes, but the point of what I wanted to do here is I wanted to get some capture of critters. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go down to a nice lush planet. Maybe, you know, maybe we'll go to a moon. Don't usually have like the color filter. So yeah, Yeah, let's maybe try and avoid that. We're in first person right now. I usually like third, but which ship should we take? Is that my recent? Hold on a second. Look at that. That is an interesting gray color. I don't remember that. That's okay. Got this. Pi, P-I, I believe. That's what those are called now. Those eyeballs. But let's go with the tried and true Death Ball, which I call Golden Ball. If anyone follows anime and whatnot. We got One Punch Man. That's there. Oh shoot. Oh, okay. So if you can see over here, this is kind of like 10/dis/gray.yellow. Yeah, that's me describing a ship. I don't want to do that because that's gonna be filtered as hell. So I would like to go to a planet that's not so filtered. So let's check our options. Boggy, desolate, desolate. Maybe not. Wait, what's this one? That's a junk. Nope. Barren. Nope. I don't like any of these. Let's try Badid. Let's see. Is any of these actually gonna hook me up? I don't know. I kinda doubt it now. I'll mess around. So, yeah, I'm not going to do a giveaway-a-thon here. Maybe towards the end of the stream I might end up doing that, but the purpose of me doing this is just so I can get some footage of my critters. I'm on the main save here, so first we're going to do footage of the critters on the main save, then we'll switch over to the second and take footage of those buddies. Then, ideally, I'm going to turn all of them into Youtubey shorts. So that way you can have give it all these little critters in their own. That's fine. I mean, it's not going to take me more than a few minutes to find a new system. Then we can just get out of here, right? Alright, so I'm not looking for anything in particular, but have I not visited that one before? 3-star 1? Yeah, let's just go there. It's got a F2PF. Alright, well, let's do that. Let's check it out. Well, F is like filter, so good luck with that, but we'll figure it out. everything in sight. Now, let's scoot out here for a second. Let them chase us for a minute. Don't be stupid, man. You see that? One shot him. That's it. Dunzo. Don't come at me. Don't come at me. Not in the death ball. You don't help. There you go. I gotta be careful. I don't wanna destroy the ships nearby. I probably did. Knowing me with this ship. Haha! One more? No, that's it? Very good. Very good, very nice. What? Alright, what's that turret called? Alright.
Navigational data received.
Let's check it out at least. Alright, if I had to guess. I'm gonna say C-class. Not worth my time. Let's check it out. 1, 2, 3. B-class! Oh, alright, well. Not like I'm gonna do anything with it. Alright, now get back to the matter at hand here. Alright, so we got a moon. We got like 4 moons. This is perfect. Perfect. 4 moons.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Alright. I don't know that. Yeah, so what I'm doing is trying to find a nice filming location without a filter. Usually the moons are the best. So this place has got 4 moons. One of them is definitely, you know, set up without a filter. But, you know, when I came here, this place did say it had a filter, so it was like a PF2F something something PF. The F stands for the filter, so here we go. There's our planetary probe. Perfect. Alright, so we got nuclear, shell strewn. That's probably our best bet. Fiery and boggy. Alright, so we're gonna go to this one here. La da na yo. Yeah, we're going there. That is right near this one. A sharded planet. A sharded. Alright, let's go. The ships is a whole other video. Stick to the critters here. And I am back again. Yes. Do not worry. We're still going. Alright, so let's find the planet that I was looking for. Not this one over there. Ooh. Look how nice it's like stuck in the moon over there. That's pretty cool. Let's giddy up over here. Give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec. This one. Where'd you let me see? Show me a moon. Show me. Interesting. Here, let's just cut this way. I'm pretty sure it's this one, right? Yeah. So it's probably this one right here. Nuclear. No, it's the one on the left. Alright, that's cool. 5, 4, 3, 2. Go this way. And zip over here. There we go. Is this the one? Yes, it is. Here. Get on the light side. There we go. Let's go on in. Okay, so this is a shell-strewn moon. Which means it's not going to have a filter. And here, I should be able to just bust out the critters and just go from there, right? Yay! Cool. Alright. Now this'll do. Very clear. Very... Here, let's take a look at these guys real quick. Kindly. I love those butterflies. Now, I have actually created those butterflies. They don't do much but follow you around, you know. They're one of those non-interactable type, like certain birds and whatnot. But still, you know, I can get them in game, and they'll follow you around. They'll look really pretty, and sometimes that's half the battle, you know. Let's go. Now focus on our critters. Okay, so here's my register for the main save. And anyone who's, I guess, followed my streams or YouTubes or whatever, you might know that I make custom critters. And what I want to do is, I don't know, maybe an anthology. I don't know if what I'm doing is correct to start out like. So my idea is maybe just like popping them out, saying a few words about them, and hopefully getting good angles, and you know, using that in video. Then cutting that down and using it in YouTube Shorts. So that is my goal with this stream late at night, and you know, it's fine. No one's checking it out. It's mostly for me, which is, you know, funny enough. Like looking at streams, like whenever I usually do a stream, it's kind of like I want to do a giveawayathon, and I'm giving away custom critter eggs and stuff. I kind of also just kind of realized realized, like, man, people are just playing the game. And people are watching them just play the game. Maybe I'll get into that. Who knows? I do like to land on planets and try and scan all the fauna as fast as I can. So that could be a thing. We could start doing that sort of thing. Just time myself and just let's see how fast you can scan all the fauna on the planet, sort of thing. You know? Yeah, it's an area we can touch into. But here, let's just take a quick look. So we'll start from the beginning. Cloud Dipper. Cloud Dipper is the first Diplo ever got that I there was an update that came out that prevented you from making certain creatures big. So I made Cloud Dipper like right before that came out, and I was able to get at only 12 meters. Cloud Dipper looks like 20 meters. You know, just super huge. Definitely, if you got an egg from that particular Diplo, you should be able to make it extra big. I mean, you're looking at it right there, 12 meters. So let's just call out Cloud Dipper here. It's ridiculous how big you are. I haven't been on this save in a minute, so sorry, buddy. Stick a ride. Oh, we're in first person. Let's get out of first person. Let's go to third person. Yeah, let's go, let's go. This is Cloud Dipper. This beautiful creature was, I mean, I found this Diplo and I fell in love with it. Fun fact, I did actually change it. So, normally, this particular critter did not have that long Diplo tail, but after I learned how to adjust JSON code, I felt it was needed to give it a proper Diplo tail like the way it has now. Before it had like a stubby tail. And yeah, I love the stubby tail too. It's the OG Diplo version of this. But yeah, the only thing I changed was the tail. Everything else, it still has the OG code to it. Yeah, if I ever gave you an egg of Cloud Dipper, shout out to Draco. What was his? Cloud. Cloud. Was it Cloud? It wasn't. It was Cloud. Was it Cloud Ripper? I'm drawing a blank, but yeah, I gave Buddy an egg. Cloud Dipper here. Oh, lovely. So it's at night right now. Shoot the booty. Shoot the booty treasure. Wow. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Let's take a picture. Eat. It's not bad. Well, I guess I could fly to the lit area of the planet, but this is such a nice view. I kind of just want to hang out here until it gets lit. But we got here when it was lit. Anyway, let's take this opportunity to take a look at the register. So next up on the block is Golden. Golden is a robot antelope that I had the great fortune of figuring out how to give it phantom legs. And I ended up carrying that over to another critter we'll see in a little bit. But Golden is the first iteration of the phantom leg robot antelope that I created. Yeah, I mean, it speaks for itself. If you're watching, this critter is missing its legs, yet still retains the filament. It has the coursing energy down through into its phantom legs. Yeah. Now, the next friend here, and by the way, Golden I kept at 4.2 meters. Important because anything more than that would hinder its speed. So, testing, I found that 4.2, at least with the robot antelope, it could be different between different critters, but the robot antelope is the fastest land critter that you can ride. And Golden here is no exemption from that rule. 4.2 is the biggest you can get this critter, robot antelope, without affecting its speed. Once you go past that, it's going to slow down. It's just not going to be as fast as a smaller version of it. So yeah, through testing, if you want to try it yourself, by all means, but I already did it, and I'm telling you now, there you go, 4.2 meters. Keep it in that range, you're good. You go above 4.2 meters, it's going to start to slow down. Next here we have the Titan Worm Balloon. This is exactly what I described it as. It's a Titan Worm Balloon. This is a Titan Worm. Now these Titan Worms, now you can only catch them if you had a mod, and it's the I forgot the name, but it's the companion mod that allows you to tame any creature. Well, pretty much any creature. As far as I know, it's pretty much any creature. And what I ended up doing, as I do, I took the Titan Worm and I shrunk it down. By the way, I have it streamed. So if you look through my YouTube videos, I have one specifically named about me hunting and capturing a Titan Worm. Glorious moment. Lots of fun doing it. I would not have been able to capture a Titan Worm without Magistol's mod. So props. And yeah, but what I ended up doing with the Titan Worm once I got it, no one else has done. So what I ended up doing here is shrinking the Titan Worm size. Now when you get these Titan Worms, it is akin to dragons or griffins. Their size is bigger than what they're registered at. So when you, using that mod, capture a sandworm, it's at 7 meters. Obviously, it's way bigger than 7 meters. You know, sandworms, right? Come on. But that's what they max those critters at, 7 meters. What I ended up doing was taking this down to 2 meters. Now, keep in mind what I told you about Golden. Golden, I was trying to figure out the threshold of the speed of critters. Being a robot antelope, they had the fastest land speed. So I wanted to kind of thread the needle and figure out how big can I get this critter before it stops being as fast as it can be, 4.2 meters. So I took that philosophy when dealing with the Titan Worm, because look, you can't give a Titan Worm away. I can though, if I were to, let's say, take a random creature, let's just say Golden. Let's say Golden, I got an egg from Golden. What I could do with the Goat Fungus save editor is go into that file for that egg from Golden and overwrite the code for that creature and add the code for this Titan Worm balloon. That's the only way I can give this creature to people. Now, when I give you this creature and you hatch it, you're not going to be able to interact with it. But that's not the point, because I made this creature to be a spectacle. So, what this sandworm and all the other creatures too have their own creature type. I like to call it locomotion animation. that to me helps me understand that's how the critter moves. It's like, oh, okay, so that's how that critter moves. That's how that critter moves. For instance, here, Cloud Dipper, they have the locomotion animation called Dino. These robot antelope like Golden, they have the locomotion animation or creature ID called Quad. These sandworms, Titan Worm Balloon, they are a sandworm. They have a locomotion animation called Sandworm. What I ended up doing was changing it. In this case, for the Titan Worm Balloon, we changed it. And this is what it looks like now. This is how it's able to be a Titan Worm Balloon. There we go. And so it disappeared into the sunset, but give it a moment. It's going to come back to us. It's hard to see, but if you noticed, it bounced. Now it's making its way back over to us. And I'll tell you why also, because when I make most of my critters, especially the ones you can't interact with, like this Titan Worm Balloon, I'll make sure the devotion is to 100% loyal. So even though you can't interact with it, it'll stay in your vicinity. So it'll be what I like to call a show pet. Have you ever seen a Titan Worm act like that? Yeah, it disappeared, but did it? There. Not sure if you noticed, but the collision. That's why I like to call it a Titan Worm Balloon. It has a collision to it now that bounces it around. So this is kind of like a barren open moon. Not too much to bounce around on. But tell you what, some places it'll just bounce and bounce and bounce. Like if you're maybe in a valley, high mountain valley, you'll see it bounce around, and it's glorious. So yeah, again, unfortunately, you can't interact with the Titan Worm Balloon, but I tell you what, it will hang around at least. Okay, next we have Loban. Loban here was given to me by a fellow player, and it wasn't an ordinary orb. Getting this orb as a pet, they didn't actually give me an egg. What they did is they took me to an area where I could adopt my own. Right? So, I mean, normally if it was me, I'd just give you an egg and be done with it, right? No. They took me to a place that they made where they manipulated the terrain and built this sort of stairway to heaven. So I followed this earthen steps to the top, to this plateau where I was at a height to actually interact with these and adopt one as a pet. I personally, still to this day, have not seen an orb quite like this. Now, looking at the screen, you can see it's at 8 meters. I made it 8 meters. Originally, I think it was 3 meters. But I made it 8 meters through testing because at 8 meters, even at my size, you can see I've increased my base size. Even at my size, you end up inside of the orb. So it looks like, you're not riding the orb, but the orb is riding around. So maybe you take the role of the orb. So let's bring out Globin here. Hey. Nice. There we go. We're inside the orb. Look at that. So one of my favorite things about this critter is other orbs, they have, I guess I would say maybe different tints to it, but this one is like black, like oily. I don't know. It's always been unique to me. I've never seen another orb quite like this. I don't know if you just realize that, like the shade from the clouds just, passed by us, but it made the orb completely black. So yeah, this orb also completely devoted and loyal, so it's always going to hang out around you as it's doing right now. Gorgeous, gorgeous critter. Okay, back to the register. Next is probably my all-time favorite critter. This is Lava Mothra. Now I want to tell you, the butterfly creatures in this game are fascinating, and I spent a long time trying to get a butterfly that looked close to Mothra. And I tried a long, long time until I finally... This is like Cloud Dipper, one of the few creatures in my roster that I created through the egg sequencer before I started getting into the save editing JSON file manipulation. Lava Mothra is manipulated though. As you can see, the height is at 20 meters. Obviously, the original is like somewhere around 2 or 3 meters. But I decided we had to make Lava Mothra kaiju size. But I want to say that the time I spent trying to get the right colors for its wings and body, and trying to get the right wings, because if you notice, it's got 3 wings on either side. Trying to get the right, in my mind, the right wing to represent like Mothra the best way I thought it could. Because there are the other wings that have the circle in it, but the texture isn't right. It's not exactly there. So that's why I went with these wings. The texture is there. So let's bring out Lava Mothra. Hey, baby. Yes. 20 meters. The biggest butterfly. Now, if I give you an egg of this, it will grow to this size as well. It's not a mod. I didn't do this with mod. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you consider goat fungus, going into using goat fungus's save editor to get into the JSON file and changing that, then yeah, I modded it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even sure if that's, I don't know what's the consensus on that. But yeah, without goat fungus's save editor, I would not have access to the JSON code to be able to manipulate it to get it to this size. Come on. Let's take some photos. There we go. I messed it up a little bit. That's okay. I mean, for the most part, I'm trying to stream these critters so I can maybe make some YouTube shorts out of them. Let's see if we can chop it up, right? We'll see. Okay, back to the register. We are up to Wajtek, the War Bear. So I've always wanted a flying grunt or proto-gek that looked like this. And I searched and searched and searched and could not find it. However, once I learned how to manipulate the JSON code through the save editor, through GoFungus's save editor, I was able to create WatchTech the Warbear. By the way, Peter Land created an Excel formulated spreadsheet. It's called the Creature Builder, and it will show you the hierarchy of these critters' JSON code. So you'll be able to see like the antlers, the face, the wings, the shoulder spikes, the hand claws, the foot claws. Yeah, so just through a lot of testing, I was able to get this combination, and yeah, I just fell in love with it. I mean, it was as close to the ideal I had in my head, and I love it, and I went with it, and yeah, WatchTech the Warbear. WatchTech actually has a history. World War II, there was a bear who was part of a war. So Google that and get a little bit of history here. That's why I named the Warbear after him. Delightful creature. Here, let's bring it out. Hey. Yeah, buddy. Well, it's dark out right now. I never stopped this before. WatchTech, I forgot how many meters. 6 meters. Only 6 meters. I can make this quite a bit larger. But I felt this was the appropriate size for it. Again, after testing. All of my critters go through, times of testing before I make it into my roster of critters that I give out to people. And this is definitely a critter I've given out to people. You can bring it into the Anomaly, change its attributes, its size, colors. For the most part, most creatures I give you, you'd be able to manipulate in the egg sequencer. Alright, here we go. On to the next set on my first save. So here we're going to have Talus, the legendary Talus. So Talus is, as you can see, a griffin. Griffins Ginkgo categorized as flying lizards, so that's the same category as dragons. This is obviously, people like to separate dragon, griffin. This is more of the griffin realm. However, the stigma that these dragons and griffins both have are there are only 2 tail options. So, you know, it doesn't matter if it's a griffin, it doesn't matter if it's dragon. You only have 2 tail choices between the both of them. So what I decided was to remove the tail. Hence why it's called tailless. And I thought, and I still do, by removing the tail, it actually looks more bird-like. So, it's super fast. It is the fastest flying creature that I have. I'll show you right now. So this is just normal, right? Normal flying. Still pretty fast, right? But once I hit the run button, 3, 2, 1, run! Look at that. How fast that goes. Look at that. Also, you'll notice it does not dive into the ground. Now, a lot of the, I would say, original, dragons, griffins that were given out, they would just dive into the ground. You'll notice mine does not do that. So again, this is through testing. I wanted to make a version that didn't do that, and I did. So if you get one of these from me, you'll know, you'll be good. It won't dive into the ground. Now when you jump off of it, it's gonna jump into the ground. So you'll have to dismiss it and like recall it or whatnot. Look, you see that it's like in the ground and whatnot. But that won't ever happen when you're flying it. Alright. Oh, Cordyceps. Much love to Cordyceps here. I'm sure you are all familiar with Enra Silver. He's linked over here in my Twitch, YouTubes. During a community night, Enra gave me an egg of this creature. Not this exact creature, but this creature. What I ended up doing, I kept the creature because it's beautiful. I mean, it's the rarest creature in No Man's Sky. It's one of these beetles with a mushroom cap, but a stem and a mushroom cap. There are some that have just the mushroom cap, but the ones that are the most rare are the ones that have a stem and mushroom cap. Like here you see Cordyceps have. So Cordyceps was one of the first creatures I really got into figuring out the JSON code for it. I'll show. I mean, Launchpad was another, but what I ended up doing here was making it bigger. Of course, when it came to me, it was like 3 meters. I made it into like 15 meters, as you can see here. I removed its legs. One of the best things about doing that change to this critter is when you remove certain things from certain critters, there's maybe like a I don't know, like a residual space, like maybe there should be legs here or something. That's not the case here. So when I removed the legs, it looks like it never had legs, and it was always like a floaty beetle. And I was surprised by that, and delighted. And I'll show you another version of this beetle that I ended up creating. But Cordyceps is the first, and I thought that it would be fitting to have a very weird, cool color put to the creature. So I did so much testing, and I finally came across the color you see before you. It is comet droplings. Please, by all means, if you get a chance and you're in the egg sequencer and you're messing around looking for a color for your critter, try out comet droplings. It's gorgeous. Look at this. This is where comet droplings ended up making this. So if you notice, like the mushroom cap is purple, so the smaller caps. Let's bring out Cordyceps here. $15 Cordyceps. Yeah, Cordyceps. I don't give Cordyceps out usually. I know it's kind of elitist to be like that, but this is not one of the creatures I like to give out. Because to me, how much time I put into it, how rare it is. I mean, in of itself, those beetles with the stem and the mushroom cap are super rare. So I wanted to take it to the next level and make Cordyceps here. And I did end up giving Cordyceps, the finished version, to Enra once I ended up doing the things I wanted to it. Now, take a look at this. Even though the legs are, missing, it still has like the phantom walk, like those legs are still there. This particular critter had 6 legs. And if you're changing around parts, when using JSON code, you'll notice there's a different locomotion animation if you have like 6 legs versus 4 legs. Also, the 4 legs where you have the 4 legs. So maybe there's placement, 4 legs, 2 up front, 2 in the middle, 2 in the back. And maybe you have like 2 in the middle, 2 in the back, or 2 in the front and 2 in the back. It'll change the way the critter walks. But when you remove all the legs, you have this beautiful floating phantom Cordyceps. Alright. On to the nerds. So if we go back into the register, here we have Maxilays. I love maxillets. Uh, Now, I've always loved these sky snakes. Once I was able to get a hold of one and, have one for my own, uh, I started looking through the different options of that critter. When I say different options, I'm talking about the uh, critter parts. So for each part of a critter, let's say its head or body or tail, there's a hierarchy and there's an amount of parts you can choose from. I mean, I only say choose from if you're able to go into the code and change the code and change it from one part to another part. So I did a lot of testing and came across maxillets. Maxillets' parts are my favorite parts. Also, the color. You can see it's yellowish, right? Trying to get along with my primary colors of my character there. And these are so fast. So fast. So not only is it one of my favorite critters, it's convenient. It is super fast. It's representing yellow, like my primary color of my character. I mean, I have not ever seen a yellow sky snake. It was only through, changing code and whatnot and color that I got to this color. I'm sure you can find it out there, but are you going to find it out there with the same parts? Maybe not. Alright, I am going to do a thing. I will be right back. So, I'm not sure. I'm experimenting right now. I want to be able to get good footage of my critter friends. That way I can end up making some YouTube shorts out of them. Because I think it would be super glorious. This is some of my favorite parts of the sky snakes. By the way, maxillets is named after the mandible part of this destructive creature. And honestly, I have never seen a yellow sky snake. Ever. ever. I've never seen anyone else bust one of these out. But I do give these out. So, by all means, if you get an egg from me, you will be able to put it in the egg sequencer. You will be able to get an egg from it and give it to a friend. That's what I suggest. That's why I do this. I want to, share my love for the critters in this game. And the time I put into, in my opinion, just making them the best as they can be. So this is Maxalaze. Did I even hit the run button? Let's hit the run button. Ooh, look how fast you go now. Oh, damn. Look how fast. Look how fast. Look at that. Nuts. Nuts how fast you are. Alright. Look at that. Keeping that speed. Keep it going. Keep it going. That's cool. It kept the speed. It's like, no, I'm going to keep running. Look at that. Look at that. I want to say faster than Talus. Probably faster than Talus. I don't know. I mean, just eyeing it. If I had to choose between Maxalaze and Talus, I think Maxalaze would be faster. Alright. Let's go back to the register. Okay. So this is a story that's similar to the rest. It's a critter that I've always admired and wanted to have. I could not actually find this critter for the life of me. I searched all the planets. I got really close. There was always something off. Until I learned how to manipulate the JSON code, there I was able to find all the parts, put them together, and the height was the most important part about Gojira here, because when you have this particular T-Rex at a smaller height, its head just doesn't match. It's smaller than the rest of the body. I literally had someone complain about it when I brought it down to 8 meters to give to them, because it was like a community night, and I didn't want to bring out the big 40-meter version because that might crash games. So I was like, hey, let me just bring it down to 8 meters. That's the max. It won't crash anyone's game at that height. A person complained because the head was too small looking, and I'm like, yeah, I get it, but beggars can't be choosers, right? Or can they? Here's Gojira. 40 meters. My Godzilla. And I love Godzilla. Got Maxalaze in the background. Alright, buddy, let's go for a walk. I love how I got homie's eyes closed. It's like he's laughing. Perfect. Joyous, momentous occasion. it's delightful. This is my Godzilla tribute, Gojira. It's, uh, you know, I got to this point. Uh, I wanted something bad enough to manifest it. I tested and tested. I mean, the colors, the parts, the feet, the hands, the head parts. All due to diligent testing. But because it's so big, we'll break games. I don't like to give that particular critter out because of that. That's fine. That's totally fine. Some stuff are just for show pets, like Titan Worm Balloon. As beautiful as Titan Worm Balloon is, I can't ever give that out. It's not going to be a pet that you can interact with. Here's the thing though, Titan Worm Balloon is probably less likely to crash your game than Gojira. Gojira is like 40 meters, whereas Titan Worm Balloon is only 2 meters. Size does matter, so keep that in mind if you ever end up getting into manipulating JSON code. It will affect the creature's speed, it will affect the creature's interaction with the environment, and possibly crash games. So, you know, if you're thinking about going into this and maybe creating creatures for community nights and whatnot, keep in mind you probably want to keep the critter size meter wise, under height. It's under meters. Try and keep that on the lower end. Better safe than sorry. But again, testing will be your friend. I can tell you 8 meters, and 8 meters is considered mega fauna, right? Like you can actually find a creature in the wild up to 8 meters. So 8 meters is the max height that you can find a critter at. And again, it might not actually be 8 meters, but it is the max that you can find a critter out in the wild at. You can then take that 8-meter creature, put it in the egg sequencer, and make it bigger. When you do, just keep in mind, it will mess up other people's games. I'll tell you, I found a beautiful beetle. Huge. It was like close to 7 meters. It was like 6.7 meters when I found it. And I put it into the egg sequencer and I made it bigger. How you do through the egg sequencer. Not through, this is before I started messing with the JSON code. And through the egg sequencer, I got it to about close to 8 meters. But the beetles, their size are actually akin to Titan worms, where they're like a lot bigger than their height measurement, you know? So the the 6.7 meters of that beetle is actually bigger than actually 6.7 meters. So when I put it into the egg sequencer to make it even bigger, what it would do, I think I got it up to somewhere like 7.6, close to 8 meters. But what it would do though is when you go to bring it out, it would clip and just disappear because it was too big. So it would like fly, like you would call it, it would come out and it would fly around a little bit and it would just clip out because it was just too big. Just like Gojira. When we brought Gojira out here, 40 meters, clipped out, and then you end up dropping from the sky and whatnot. So keep that in mind. Those type of pets I consider show pets. You know, if, with a friend you want to be like, hey, check this out, sort of thing. Yeah, it's not a pet you want to give out to other people. So if you're, I guess, listening to this and you're going into critter creation and whatnot, don't make those super big pets. I mean, it's not good for anything. It's gonna crash games. Now, Gojira being 40 meters is very cool for some pictures. That's about it. You can't do anything. I mean, you can ride it for a little bit before it clips out and just disappears and you're dropping to the floor. Keep it in mind. But by all means, jostle the system. Alright? Yeah. Here we are with the Abysmal Flying Horror. And this was a critter that was gifted to me during a community night that I just kept. I haven't done much to it. If you notice, it's only a meter big. But it's bigger than that. It is bigger than that. Even though it says it's a meter, it's bigger than a meter. So let's call it in real quick. Now, I like keeping it at a meter because of what I told you about size. Size affects speed. So this is... And by the way, this is the only sky snake that you cannot customize. So there's no parts you can add to it or change. Like this critter is its critter. Like you can't do anything to change it. But look at that. It's got the abysmal eye. It's all glowy. It's the only creature that has that kind of animation. And if you look really close, there is some animation to the eye. You can see it. But here, look. Let's go fast. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Look at that. Just as fast, if not faster, than Maxilles. Who needs exocrafts? When you got a critter that can go this fast, exocrafts you have to fuel. Critters like this, just give them some grub. They're good. Look how fast this thing is. It's bonkers. Now, I would say, like, I can, upon request, make any creature bigger, smaller, whatever. But I always have recommendations. In this case, having the Abysmal Flying Horror at 1 meter is awesome. It's so fast. Because once you get above a certain size on a critter, it's gonna slow down. Sure, it'll look crazy looking, And I can make that thing stretch across the horizon. That's how big. I mean, I could literally make it like planet size if I wanted to. But I don't want to. And maybe one day, you know, I thought about that, and I think I might end up doing that one day. So one day we might end up choosing a critter and making a video of it being as big as a planet. It might be one of these. I don't know. I have no clue. We'll keep going though. So let's keep going. Okay. Uh-oh, things are falling. Alright, let's get back over there. Alright, so now we're on to the third set of the register. And here we have Falcor. Come on. Falcor is Falcor is a result of like, can I do this? Oh, I guess I can. And this is like a part of my beginning experimental phase with using the save editor, GoFungus's save editor, to jostle the JSON code of critters. I started thinking about things that I can make, like theme-wise, right? And I thought like, oh, now I've removed the wings. This is like, here, let's go back for a second. This is like Tailless. They're both considered flying lizards, even though Tailless would probably considered like griffin, and Falcor would be considered a dragon. But they're both under the same category of flying lizard. If you notice here, the tail is one of the two options for tails that you can use for these flying lizards. Okay. And I just came up, you know, ideas, you know, they just come to you. And I thought I can make a Falcor. And so I decided to remove the wings from the dragon and find a color that was close to white, like from the movie. Falcor, the actual luck dragon, was like white. So you don't have any white colors in this game, except for Kit here. If you take a look at Kit, robot antelopes, you have white as their primary, and I can tell you, you can only find these critters being white. You can't use this egg sequencer to make a critter white. I have tried. I have scoured the nets. There's no way you can make a critter white. Robot antelopes are the only critters that you can find that's white, that is this white color. Okay? So what I did, I took the seed from our homeboy here and slapped it in over there. What it ended up doing was making this like light gray color. So this is the closest to white you can get on a critter. And I looked a long time because, you know, I when I make these sort of themed creatures, I want to try and get as close as I can, right? To the actual. So this is as close as we could get to a white color. So it's, you know, underbelly, you could see like a very light gray, and then at the top of that, the two-tone part, the darker part is like a darker gray. That's as close as we can get. And so, again, being Falcor, theme-wise, I wanted like goofy eyes. I didn't really see any goofy eyes, except for these extended eyes that stuck out of its head. And I was like, you know what, that is pretty much as close as we can get to goofy eyes. So this is our Falcor. And I tell you what, Falcor is just as fast as Talus. Just as fast. And also, just like Talus, I made it so it's not going to dig into the ground. Now that was a big deal back in the day when these started being given out to the community. Like these things would just dig into the ground. Like you would be riding them and then they'd just be sticking into the ground and then just get stuck in the ground and just, it's not fun. Not fun for anyone. But I figured out how to fix it. And now, if you ever get one of these type of critters from me, you know, guaranteed it's not gonna dig into the ground. Here, we're gonna go into hyperspeed in 3, 2, 1, go! Look at that. Fast, fast, fast. So, yeah, you know, again, just as fast as Talus. Let's get back to the registry here. Alright. This is Launchpad. Launchpad is a Diplo, but you might notice that it's missing a vital part of its anatomy. The idea for Launchpad just came about through testing. Removing parts, putting parts there, here. Coming up with Launchpad, I thought was a stroke of luck. And beauty. I mean, so it looks like a flying saucer head floating above a dinosaur body. I think like the concept I was going for was like the dinosaur body was like the base, like the foundation. And the head was the shuttle, the ship, the Enterprise, flying off into space. So, Launchpad. I've made different versions for sure. You know, keeping pretty much the concept. There are other heads you can use, but none of them work like that one does. But I have used different versions, different color seeds, lots of variations with Launchpad here. But this is the OG Launchpad. Thank you, buddy. And if you notice, we're inside of Launchpad's head. That's right. When you pilot Launchpad, it looks like you're actually Launchpad. It doesn't look like you're riding on top of Launchpad. It looks like it looks like you're Launchpad now. Which is definitely one of my favorite things about this build. Launchpad is here for us, right? Let's get a pick. Yeah. Now I have variations, but I gotta tell you, Launchpad here is my favorite. Thank you kindly, buddy. Back to the registry. The register, whatever. Okay. So, I mentioned earlier when we were talking about Cordyceps that I had created a variant. This is the variant, Mega Decays. So, Mega Decays is from a radioactive planet, hence Decays being its name. Also, its color. Let me tell you, the color that Mega Decays is, you're looking at the green, right? Can you say rare? I don't want to even call it rare, but it took a while to get. And I only say rare because, like, if you got the time, you might be able to get it. The color that you're looking at is actually silicon powder. However, if you're in the egg sequencer, it's only at 33%, which means you're not going to get it first time. I mean, good luck, you might. I mean, chances are you might, 33%, right? But most of the time, you're not going to get this color. It took me, I forget, anywhere from like 7 to 12 tries over a long period of time trying to get this color. Silicon powder. That's why I consider it rare. But again, like Cordyceps, this is a beetle with a stem and a mushroom cap. I can tell you, I found this floating spider and I removed its tentacle legs, so it's floating around the way it does. And I added the stem and cap. So this isn't like naturally found critter. It's definitely a modified critter. I added the stem and mushroom cap. Cordyceps is natural in the sense that when Enra gave it to me, it had legs, but it already had the stem and the mushroom cap, which makes it one of the most rarest creatures you can find naturally out in the wild in No Man's Sky. What I ended up doing with Cordyceps is removing the legs, changing the color, changing the size. The color again being comet droplets. Beautiful. Like, look at this. I love the colors that came out using comet droplets with Cordyceps. Here, same thing. You know, I was using the egg sequencer to get this color. I wasn't using the save editor. So this is like hours of work trying to get this color. Now that I have that color though, in the JSON file I have the color seed, which means I can copy that color seed and put it into another character, critter. Let's say Launchpad, right? So, yeah, hard work. Let's bring out our friend here, Mega Decays. Oh, I could never reach you. You're always too far away. So the thing about Mega Decays is, because they're one of those floating spiders, you kind of have to, when you call it, be like on a mountain. Like, look at this hill over here. If I get to a high hill, it'll follow me over there. Let's try and see if it'll do it. And then we'll be able to be within range to interact with it. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. I'm gonna try it out. Let's try it out. Alright, this is... Oh, is it gonna work? It's gonna work? But you notice it came right to me. And that's because I have the settings, the loyalty settings at 100%. So it's gonna, even if you can't interact with it, it's always gonna follow you around. But the height, it's one of those floating spiders, and because I increased the size of the critter, it's gonna be out of range to like normally interact with it. I could terrain manipulate this to get higher up, and then I'll be able to like jump up and grab it and like interact with it, its bubble. But you get the idea. Beautiful creature though. We still see Max Lays in the background too. That's pretty cool. By the way, there is a mod that allows you to interact with creatures long range. I did have one of those mods that allows you to tame pretty much any creature, but the modder also added to it range, so you would be able to tame things from really far away. It was super cool. Oh, you hear it? It's all like, you hear it? Yeah, let's take a peek. I really did that critter. They don't bring it out enough, but I tell you what, hard work, you know, went into making it the way it is. And that's what I do, and that's what you'll get from my stuff. But, you know, it is also just a lot of testing, man. Like, it's not like I do it for you. I do it for me. but I know you'd love it, you know, sort of thing. Like, you, whenever you do anything in life, you gotta make sure you do it for yourself first. You gotta make sure you're doing things that will make you happy. And making critters like this, I never thought I would be able to. Like, playing this game, starting off, I was like, wow, like, these critters are crazy. And now I'm like manipulating the aspects of these critters. But I give them away. I give them away for free. I don't ask for anything. I want to share with the community. You know, I want people to experience the wonder and awe this game actually brings. You know, like a lot of things about this game is final, but if you find a critter that you like, there's something about that. You might find something that really touches you. It's like, oh, this critter, this is my boy, you know? Okay, let's move on to Fix Child of Helios. Child of Helios is a reward from an expedition. However, whenever you would try to ride this thing, it would just drag you into the ground. Everyone hated it. This is probably the most despised No Man's Sky expedition reward. It's useless. People say it's useless. It's like, why even bother? Why did you even put it out if this thing is just gonna drag me into the ground? I agree. I was angry about it. Because it's beautiful. You want to be able to ride this thing. But, again, this is only through testing. And it's testing because I love this. I love it. And I know other people love it. And I know they want this fixed too. So I tested and tested and tested. And finally fixed the Child of Helios. Now immediately you'll see me being upside down. But also immediately you'll notice I'm in the air. Okay, so here's the thing. When you get the Child of Helios after expedition, you're not in the air at all. You're just digging into the ground. You're just dragging through the ground, dragging through the ground. You're not even like flying through the air like this. Like some people would be totally okay just flying upside down like this. That's fine. But I fixed it. So here's a trick. Now, I left it alone. I'm just only moving like the camera angle. But you can turn it upside down. I'm going to leave it alone for a second because I want to hopefully display. This is kind of barren. I don't know if it'll do it, but this critter after I fixed it will auto correct itself. So you see how I'm like upside down the way we are? It would auto correct itself. So I am on top. Oh, maybe we'll do it here. Usually with obstacles it'll kind of do it. Let's see. Are you gonna do it? Yep. Okay. Did you see that? It tilted for a second. There we go. it automatically auto corrected itself like a gyroscope. I didn't touch the controller at all. That was automatic. This is how the child of Helios should have been given to the public. So, after I made this fix, I made it my mission to give out as many of these fixed Child of Helios eggs out to people. So if you ever get an egg from someone that says fixed Child of Helios, it's going to be this. You're going to be able to ride this around like this, right side up. It auto corrects itself. So, by the way, it took a while to kind of, correct itself and write itself up. But if you jump on it, you can just write yourself up. Like, you can move the controller and alright, so it turned upside down. Now what I'm gonna do is use the controller and turn myself right side up. Here we go. There we go. That's all it took. That's all it took. You can do that as soon as you jump on it. You'll be upside down, which is like a bummer to some people. It's like, oh, you didn't fix it. It's like, yeah, I did. Just work with it. Oh, look, there's a boundary failure over there. So, do that. And by the way, this thing is fast. 3, 2, 1, go! Look at that. Look at that. Flappy flap flap. That thing is fast. Not as fast as like Maxilase or Tailus. But now I don't know if you noticed that. It did it again. Okay, so it went upside down, right? But then it auto-corrects itself. Auto-corrects itself. What other creature auto-corrects its locomotion? None. None. So this, in my opinion, is how the Child of Helios should have been given to us. We should be able to ride this beautiful jellyfish right side up. But we weren't given that chance, which is fine. I mean, it's not fine. It's only fine now that I fixed it, so look, hit me up. I'm ONSETTER on Twitch, YouTube's, find me on Reddit. I'm out here. I'll give you one of these. Take a look at the, here, let's take a look at the attributes. Now, I like to keep everything 100, so you'll see like helpfulness 100, dutiful, aggression ferocious, so that means it'll snap at anything around you, but it doesn't. I've never seen this actually attack anything around you. Independence 88 of interest, which means it's probably, it's not going to be as hungry often all the time sort of thing, so keep that in mind. But 2 meters, I can easily make this thing huge. 4 meters, 6 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters. Yeah, I could make the Child of Helios crazy. But we keep it at 2 because why? Size dictates the speed. As I mentioned earlier, if we go back to things like the Titan worm balloon, A Titan worm normally is at 7 meters. We reduced it down to like 2 meters. Globin, we moved up to 8 meters, so you can be inside of it. Lava Mothra, we moved up to 20 meters, so it's like kaiju size. Talus, I don't think I mentioned this, but Talus, you want to keep at 1 meter. If you start getting bigger than 1 meter, it's gonna get slower. And we're looking at Falcor, and there's a noticeable difference between Talus and Falcor speed-wise. Like looking at them both, Falcor is way more slower than Talus. Sure, you can hit the run and Falcor will giddy up, but slower. So yeah, keep that stuff in mind. Alright, so this is the main save. We only got a couple left here. Child of Helios. I would say Child of Helios was probably my breakthrough. Like, when I think about the testing that I've gone through to make custom critters, I would say the fixed Child of Helios is at the top of the list, because it is exactly how we wanted it to be. And I'm not sure why we didn't get it like that as a expedition reward. Somehow I fixed it, and now you can fly it like the way it was supposed to be. So, I don't know. Let Sean Murray and the crew know I fixed their stuff. Maybe they'll put it into the next iteration. Who knows? I've had the fixed Child of Helios for quite a while. Check my YouTubes, Twitch, you'll see. But I want to just say, yeah, I do this out of love. I want to make things better. And I love the critters. I love the critters. Alright, here we go. Now, I've shown you Maxilase, a sky snake. I've shown you the Abysmal Horror, also a sky snake. You can't, customize that, but Maxilase, totally customized. Here is another customized sky snake, the Grand Galactic Graboid. Now, anyone who's ever seen the movie Tremors, I'm sure has got a love for this buddy right here. Yeah, I mean, I got that color from the egg sequencer. Now that I have the seed, I can use that color on other things. So, yeah, it's all that color. I had to test to get that color. Isn't that crazy? It seems like it should just be a color you can choose, but yeah. No, I wanted it this color, and after testing, I was like, nah, this is the one. This is the one. The Grand Galactic Graboid. Alright. Here we go. Finally, the last critter in our set on the main save. We have Kit. Just like Golden. So Golden was the first that I made changes to the JSON file to make it the way it is with these phantom legs. By the way, shout out to Enra. He had you know, the idea to call them phantom legs, and it's just so fitting. I mean, the filament, you could just watch it roll down, the energy, beautiful. Phantom legs, totally fitting. Now, this is robot antelope that was given to me by Drucifer, and it didn't have the back spines that you see there. So what I learning how to mess with the JSON code, I learned how to add that back accessory, make just make it the way it is. The hip lights that you're looking at are called hexagon lights, I believe. And yeah, it's not like you're gonna find all of these parts together. I mean, good luck. You might. For one, finding a robot antelope that's white is kind of rare. You cannot change a critter's color to that white color. So this robot antelope is like one of the only critters in the game that can hold that white color. So I called it Kit because, of course, of the disc head. You know, look at that. You notice the spine parts at the back, they're all white tipped. Now that was a request, and it was a request that I didn't know I could do, and I did. It's just been a journey, just figuring stuff out, testing, guessing, testing. But this critter is 1.5 meters. If we look at Golden is 4.2 meters. Now, if you go larger than 4.2 meters, it slows down the critter. However, at 1.5 meters, this critter is like the fastest land critter you can get. Hello, buddy. Hello. Hello. Let's go. Check this out. Alright. Little struts. Go. Yeah. No other land creature is as fast as this. Yeah, there we go. That's nice. Try to get pictures out here. Come on. Ooh. Yeah, 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 yeah. Here we go. So we went through all of the critters that I have on this save, which I guess I consider my main save because I put the most hours into. So a lot of these are OG critters that I kind of cut my teeth on learning how to manipulate the code to get these results. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it here, and let's jump into the next save. So I'm gonna go into my next save here. Who's on? No one's on. No one's on. Alright. So, main 2. Alright. So, bear with me. This will take a minute or two to load in. I shall be right back. But we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go through the register. We're going to look at all the critters. I'll give some explanation. We'll take some pictures. I'll be right back. And here we are, on to the second save. Now, I just want to preface with saying, like, hey, I will help anybody out. I mean, like, let me know. Uh, Within my means, I can pretty much make any critter. And, you know, when I'm doing stuff like this, though, I mean, just, I'm gonna be doing it until I'm not doing it. But you know, I don't hide my Discord. I'm ONSETTER 2676. Find me on ONSETTER, YouTube, Twitch. Send me a message. On Reddit, ONSETTER is on site. ONSETTER is on site at gmail.com. I'm all over the place here with the ONSETTER, alright? Let me tell you, I do this because I've made changes and I feel like the peoples need access to those changes, especially the fixed child, the Helios. I mean, to me, that is probably I would say one of my greatest triumphs. Even though I've done all this weird stuff with the critters, and you're still able to interact with them, you know, like it's not glitchy where it's breaking your game. It's just, yeah, you know, it's within the boundaries. But the fixed child, the Helios, like that is the way the child of Helios should have been given to us at the end of that expedition. That is the reward we should have gotten. So if you ever find a fixed child of Helios and out in the wild, if someone gives you an egg, yeah, by all means, get an egg from that, give it to someone else. You know, spread it around. That is the one egg I would, as legacy wise, I would love for that one to be the most spread around. Now, we're gonna get to something here. I mean, I guess speaking of legacy and whatnot, whatever. I did create a new type of critter. I'm not even kidding. I created a new type of critter here. This, and again, Enra Silver, man, much love, bro. Like, he gave it the perfect name. I've made some glitch stacked critters. Now, and if you know Enra Silver, and if you don't, what's wrong with you? Just go look it up. I'm linked to him. Just look, sub to his stuff. All right. He is glitch stack king. All right. Like I mean, sure, there's builders out there, but my guy, you know, put so much effort and time into not only like learning techniques, but experimenting. That's what I want from you. When you're looking at my critters and what I've been doing and experimenting with, I want you to do that. I want you to, you know, experiment with the JSON files, make some wacky stuff. Send me an egg, give me an egg. I would love that. I hope I can inspire some people to, you know, take what I do to the next level. And I don't know. I don't ask for much. I just like I want to see you guys happy. But I honestly, I do this for myself because I love this stuff a lot. You know, I love messing with these critters. I love like coming up with this stuff. Now, what I'm about to show you, and I have shown in previous streams and whatnot, but it's an honor for me to be even able to share these ideas the way I have. And look, I'll be completely honest with you. I'm not entirely sure how I came up with it. I guessed. I saw something which was the JSON code for critters, companions. I looked at it, and I looked at something else, and I looked back at that, and I was like, hold on a second. Maybe I could stack descriptions. Now, when I say descriptions, I'm talking about certain kinds of critters are part of, like, let's say like a genus, like a type of critter, right? You got like a proto-flyer, or you got a proto-roller. So a proto-roller would have maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 different kind of versions of a proto-roller. I was like, let me try and stack the descriptors. You hear that? I'll fuck around and found out. That's science right there. You gotta mess around with stuff. So, without further ado, let's get into the register of the save number 2. Okay, now I have to preface this because here I have some critters that I created specifically for May 4th, like May the 4th be with you. So I try to make some Star Wars themed critters, but I'll name them as we're going through. I mean, and it'll be obvious anyway. So, first up, we have a Tauntaun. Whenever I do something like this, something that's inspired, I'll try and get like measurements. Like Tauntauns are actually in canon up to 2 meters. So I made this 2 meters. And I can tell you that I went through a few different species seeds to get to this, which is, you know, I had one that didn't have these kind of bumps. They're like, I would say like maybe armor bumps or calluses almost. If you see at the legs, before it used to be blank. So, you know, the Tauntauns in canon are more white, you know. But like I mentioned before, I happen to have a kit here on this save. These Robo Antelope are the only ones who are white, like opaque white. You know, look at that color. That is as white as you can get in this game. You can't get any whiter. But no creatures other than the robot antelope can get that white. So you're going to end up getting gray. So you'll get, like, you know, with Falcor, what we looked at earlier. Is Falcor on the save? I think, yeah, we have a Falcor here. Perfect example. So Falcor here, trying to get white. The closest we can get to white on critters is like a very light gray, and then you'll see there's a darker gray as a secondary. So there you go. That's what we had to use for the Tauntaun. Suspension of disbelief. There you go. And also, you know, the Tauntaun had those kind of horns that went close to the mouth. You know, we couldn't do it with that. I've tried. I tested a lot. I tried to get as close as I could. Okay, so, you know, I tried to get as close as I could. But, again, that's just personal taste. maybe you can do better. You know, by all means, go out there and try it yourself. You know. But here's what I came up with. Bear in mind, there is a filter here on this planet a little bit. Hey, let's get off this planet. Yeah, let's get off this planet. Hold on a second. Let's get out of here. Check. We got any moons? No, we don't. No, we don't. Ah, for shame. That's cool. Let's just get out of here. Doesn't matter. I'm not trying to. Something chill. It's kind of a weird area. Hold on a second. Let's find someplace chill. We can find a moon. Like with our last save, finding a moon was pretty easy. I believe we're in Euclid. The other one was Eisentam. Eisentam is my jam. So I will end up bringing this save into Eisentam. Just been busy. Just gonna get some stuff made. But yeah, you know, we'll bring this up to speed out in Eisentam. Oh, it's because I don't have the thing on this ship. It's because I have a new ship. Alright, so it doesn't matter. Let's just pick it up. Alright, that's why. I was like, why isn't anything showing up? It's because the ship isn't set up yet. That's okay. No moons. Alright, well. See, this is a little bit unfortunate. I gotta call in the Hattori Honto too. Freezing, caustic, noxious, humid, acrid, obsidian. Oh, that might work. Yeah, let's use that one. Alright. Alright. Courteous. Courteous. Let's be courteous. honestly, I'm like a little freaked out because that looks red as hell. Let's see. We land. Alright, not bad. Okay. Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's not like, super filtered. It's not too bad. Alright. Let's begin. Oh. Yeah, no, we're good. Alright. So I showed you the Tauntaun. Historically accurate it is 2 meters in the lore and 2 meters in front of your face. Now, technically, its feet, I wanted, like, the chicken feet have a closer resemblance to the actual tom feet, which are like claws. Here it's just kind of like elephant, rhinoceros feet sort of thing. But you know, it's, I would think, closer because of the bulk of the leg, like the thickness. The chicken legs, they're just chicken legs, skinnier, you know. Even though the feet part will more closer to the actual critter, yeah, we gotta make some sacrifices. So, yeah, there we go. Next on the list, we have Rolling Stone. This is the first of my glitch stacked critters. You'll notice 100% beautiful, ferocious oil. 4 meters. Let's bring it out. Now, even though this is a glitch stacked creature, meaning, in my own terms, this is not one creature. This is a creature with several creature descriptors. And those I've noticed there are 2 different creatures that I stacked with this one creature. Now if we get a little closer, we might be able to see inside of it. Hold on. Stay right there, buddy. Hold on. There we go. Oh. There, look. Ah, the heart. Oh, that's a nice picture, actually. Wow. Yeah. Take a few of those. Now, anyone will be able to gently pet, give a treat, and get an egg from this critter. You won't be able to ride it because it's a roller creature, and these creatures you can't ride. But because it has 100% loyalty on it, it will follow you around wherever you go. But, you know, yeah, you'll be able to give it treats, give it a pat, get eggs from it. Those eggs you can give to other people. That if you take take that egg, or the other person takes that egg and put it into an egg sequencer. You can make it smaller, you can make it bigger, you can change your attributes. Now, I'm not 100% on the color, but give it a try. Test it out yourself. Otherwise, this is the first of the glitch stacked creatures. The next on the list is probably my favorite. I hate to play favorites because they're all my kids, you know? But this is shards. Now, shards is also a glitch stacked critter. Except shards has more than one critter. Shards has 3 different critters stacked into itself. You might be able to tell. You might be able to tell just by looking at it which 3 critters are stacked in. Yeah. Now, I can tell you, when I started doing these experiments with the glitch stacked critters, I did a lot of testing. And I did a lot of these tests to see what looks good. You know, like, sure, I figured out, oh, you can do that? Cool. But I also figured, like, I wanted to look. Oh, it fell down. It fell down. Yeah, Shard is down there. There you go, buddy. There you go. That's okay. Yeah, so just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And I thought about that when making these. And, I came across several combinations. And I thought the ones I made personally look awesome. So that's why I stuck with those. I may end up making more. I've been kind of moving on to different projects, but I want to say I won't ever stop experimenting. So that's shards. 3 different glitch stack critters. Next we have Cronkite. Now Cronkite is like shards in a lot of ways. There we go. Cronkite. So yeah, you can already see, just like shards, this is a glitch stack critter with 3 different critters mixed into one. Also, same like shards. You can pet it, you can give it treats, you can get eggs, give those eggs to other people. It's not gonna break your game. My glitch stack critters will not glitch out your game. Completely safe. Yeah, so if I ever give you one of these, your job is to give one to a friend. Because you're not going to get this type of critter from anyone else but me, or someone who got an egg from me. But they'll know they got it from me, sort of thing. So just, you know, keep in mind, I do this to spread this. So if you get an egg from me, if you get an egg from a friend who got one from me, give it to someone else. But, you know, play it forward. That's what we're trying to do out here. Cronkite! Oh, my dear friend. Okay. We're still in the first set. But you've already met Kit. We'll bring him out briefly. I keep Kit on this save as well because Kit is one of those custom critters that I've made that I need on every save I give out critters because it's up there. It's like I have Talus on this save too. It's like those Falcor, like those are ones that I have to give out if I'm doing Giveawayathons like I like to do on the Anomaly. I'll give away the, like, these are 3 staple creatures I like to give away. Kit being the fastest land critter I have that's custom. Again, you can pat it, give it a treat, get an egg, make it smaller, make it bigger. There's like only a couple of critters that you can't do that with, like the Titan Worm Balloon. If I ever give you a Titan Worm Balloon, just know you can't interact with it. I'm going to give you an egg of it. You'll be able to hatch it, but you won't be able to interact with it. But it will follow you around and be whimsical and magical. Here on this save, we do have the fixed child of Helios, and again, I can't speak enough good of the fixed child of Helios. This is what we were supposed to get at the end of that expedition. But I fixed it, so if you get one of these from me, by all means, spread it around, okay? On to the next. So, in, you know, the spirit of our most holy day, may the 4th be with you, I had some Star Wars themed critters. We've already taken a look at the Tauntaun. I went ahead and made a Marksman H combat remote training droid. And when you get these from the expedition, they are a beater. But I decided to make them a little bit smaller so it kind of fits more of the dimensions of the actual training droid from the movie. But again, you can pet it, you can give it treats, you can get eggs from it, so you can make it bigger. If you haven't already gotten one of these from the expedition, and you get one from me, don't worry, you're not going to be restricted. You'll be able to make it bigger, smaller, whatever. I just decided to make it smaller from the expedition size, just to more fit the Star Wars theme, trying to make it more like one of the training droids. Alright. Oh, here we go. This is the No Man's Sky Enterprise. Now, I've had this in stream. I've also had this Ricey Space Emporium this past Friday. We had a community night, and for the first time in a long time, we've we've gotten more than 8 players. We got up to 22 players in the same instance. Now, it was promised we can get up to 32 players. And during previous community nights, like a year ago, we had that. You know, Zoo Games was putting on community nights. Ricey Space Emporium was helping out. Yeah, so things changed as it always does. Ricey kind of took over the community nights, but we weren't ever able to get over the 8-person maximum. So we were never able to get the numbers we used to get. But lucky for us, this past Friday, for some reason, no one really even knows why, lots of guesses, we were able to get 22 people in the same instance. Now, a lot of normal saves. I happen to be a custom save on this particular save. And I brought out this beastie, the No Man's Sky Enterprise. And it didn't crash anyone. We were still able to get tons of people into the game. This is a prime example of a glitch stacked creature. Now, if you stare long enough, start to differentiate the different creatures that are amalgamated into this one No Man's Sky Enterprise entity. Let's bring it out. It is a proto-flyer. The previous glitch-stacked creatures were proto-rollers. This is the proto-flyer. Now you can't run, hit the speed button like you would if you were flying Talus or Falcor, a flying lizard. Proto-flyers just aren't built like that, but they fly, and it's a glitch stack creature. So this is the only glitch stack creature that I have that you can pet, interact with, and feed, get an egg from, and ride. Also, in the Anomaly, you know how sometimes your critters will just kind of run away from you as soon as you call them in the Anomaly? Kind of annoying. The No Man's Sky Enterprise will hang out around you. It'll just kind of orbit you. So that's also a bonus. Whenever I start to give out eggs lately, I will call out the No Man's Sky Enterprise just to be like my sandwich board spinner to let people know I'm out here. I'm out here. Where'd you go? There you go. I'm out here giving out them eggs. Let's get from this side. So yeah, the No Man's Sky Enterprise. That is the only glitched out critter that I have that you can ride. Everything else, I mean, all of them you can get eggs from, manipulate in the egg sequencer, but the No Man's Sky Enterprise is the only one you can ride. Alright, so next on the list, we have skitters. This is a freighter scuttler. Obviously, I made it bigger, so it's a lot bigger than you would see. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people back in the day, same thing with the dragons, like dragging into the ground. This critter had a tendency to attack the owner. And so through testing, I fixed it. So if you ever get skitters from me, just know that you won't be able to interact with it, just like, you know, there's certain creatures you can't interact with. But what I would do to give you one of these is I would take the egg. Here, I'll show you. Let's do this. I should have an egg here. There we go. Okay, so here we go. We have an egg here, right? What I would do is go into the game's JSON files for eggs. I'd find this egg, and I would replace this egg's information, its data about this creature, and replace it with skitters here. Then I can give it to you. Then you would be able to hatch it, and you'll have a skitters of your own. You won't be able to interact with it, but it will follow you around. Here's the thing. Like I mentioned, earlier versions of this. Oh, and look at this. It's really good at finding gifts for you. So, look at that. Skeletal. You can sell that for a lot. Let's just check real quick how much you can sell that for. It's ridiculous. Look at that. 88,693. If you were starting out and your critter went around, even if you couldn't interact with it, but it was still giving you gifts like that, it's a good boon. But yeah, so that's how I would give this critter out. So you would request it from me, let's say, and I would have to like replace a critter's information with skitter's information, and then I can give you the egg. Then you'd be able to hatch the egg. But unfortunately, you won't be able to get an egg from it. You won't be able to interact with it. You won't be able to pet it. You won't be able to give it a treat. You won't be able to ride it. But the good part is I set it in a way where it will not attack you. Previous versions that other people had would attack you. So now it won't attack you. It'll always hang out around you because the way I set the loyalty, so that makes it like stay in your orbit, so it'll stay around you. I mean, you're looking at it right now, it's just hanging out around me, and it will attack any creature nearby. So if anything comes by, it's just so ferocious, it will just destroy anything like one hit, just boom. And yeah, so that's always fun too. Yeah, so those are the bonuses you can expect if you get one of these. Now, keep in mind, if you get this from anyone else, you won't get the same thing as I put into it, because I figured out how to make it not attack me. It was a big deal to me. I was like, kind of like how I fixed the Child of Helios. I fixed this. So that way, it's not going to attack you. So just be a little wary. If you don't get one of these from me, there's a good chance it might just attack you. So like how it's just, you know, walking around in circles here. The old version would just attack me right now. And I'd be like, what? You know? But now yeah, if you get one of these from me, it's going to follow you around. It's not going to attack you. It'll give you those minerals. We just saw it just a second ago. Harvest a gift for you. It's, yeah, and you don't have to feed it. You won't be able to pet it either. But yeah, you won't have to worry about feeding it, at least. I know. Hey, you know what? That might be a bonus to someone. Maybe someone's like tired of always having to feed their pet and whatnot. Here, even though you'll see it's heartbroken, right? The way it's set up, it doesn't matter. It's still gonna follow you around. It's still gonna kill all the critters in the vicinity. It's still gonna harvest gifts for you. Yeah, so this is the scuttler I named Skitters. Definitely hit me up if you want one of these. Okay, back to the register. There we go. Alright, so we have Falcor here. We've already shown off Falcor. It is a flying lizard. We couldn't get Falcor white, but we got Falcor as close to white as we could by using a color seed that was like light gray, and then the secondary is like darker gray. So this is the closest we can get. You'll notice it's at 3 meters. Here we have Talus, and this Talus is a little larger than the previous Talus, which was at 1 meter. This Talus is 1.4 meters. I can tell you, once you get past 1.4 meters with these type of critters, it's gonna fly slower. So if I were to take Falcor here and shrink Falcor down to 1.4 meters, Falcor would go a lot faster. But I like Falcor at 3 meters because it helps with the description of the actual like critter, or you know, I'm trying to imitate Falcor, right? So it's closer to Falcor in size and speed. When it's flying, it's not the fastest flyer, but it does fly very much like how Falcor the Luck Dragon did in Neverending Story. So yeah, you know, little details. Talus, even though Talus here on this save is a little bit bigger, still flies at the same speed. However, if I were to bump that up to 1.5 instead of 1.4, it will go slower. Little things. Okay, so here I was in a rush. I completely admit that I probably should have prepared for May the 4th Be With You Star Wars theme, No Man's Sky critters, maybe a week ahead. Instead, I started like a couple of days like before, and I didn't have enough time to really go through my usual regimen that I use for testing. But that's okay. I was able to cobble together some stuff. I was able to cobble together a tauntaun. I was able to cobble together a combat remote and an Ewok here. So, yeah, the color I kind of got from a different critter. The ears was something I had to go through. It'd be nice if the ears were smaller. I wanted those teddy bear ears, of course, to get closer to the Ewok style. That's okay. I did make this creature from scratch, though. As far as like the face, the claws, making them both short. The color seed, or in this case, it would probably be species seed. And I wanted the face and tummy darker, and the fur. Also making it half fur, but not only that, but making it maybe brownish. This was kind of the closest I could get to have like to my specifications. But that's okay. That's okay. Tailless. Just talked about Tailless a bunch. Beautiful creature. Super fast. My fastest flying creature. That or Baxilase, like one of those. Here we are. We have Hurley. Hurley is the last of my glitch stacked creatures that I recently made. I have other stuff that I'm working on, but yeah, Curly. Also, 3 different critters stacked in there. Those who are fans of the critters can probably tell. I'll leave it on screen for a second. Each of those critters have its own animation. Well, I realized you can only see 2. Here, let's bring it out. You can see a third. There you go. Hey, buddy. So this is also a proto roller, so you can't ride it, but you can definitely interact with it. Yeah, you can interact with it. You can feed it, pet it, get eggs from it. Even though this is a glitch stacked creature, it's not like it's hard to explain. It's like, is it a modded creature? I'm not sure. I used the save editor to change the game file. I would say it's a modded creature. So you're not gonna find this creature. Okay? You're not gonna find this creature anywhere. On any planet. This creature is a custom creature that you can get from me. By all means, hit me up. Pretty much the only mod I'm using right now is the egg timer mod, so I can pump out eggs. When I do these giveawayathons, I do it so I can give out eggs. And by the way, you know, we've been going for a while, and I'm almost done here. I think I'm gonna do a giveawayathon, so we'll do that. We'll give some eggs away today. But you can see this is another glitch stacked critter. I mean, Enra was right. It is a glitch stacked critter. What a great name. So, hey buddy, you're happy? I'm happy too. Yeah. And I can tell you, you can get an egg that egg in the egg sequencer, make it smaller, make it bigger, change the attributes. I am not 100% sure on the color or the overdosing, so by all means, go to town. I know all the other things work. I haven't tested as far as overdosing or colors, but yeah, this isn't gonna break your game.
Incoming storm.
Again, you will not find this creature out in the wild. Okay, do we have any others? Let's take a look. Oh, okay. This is my Grogu. Now, I've had this Grogu before the May the 4th stream that I did. I've had this Grogu for 6 months, maybe. Completely accurate with its meter, 0.4 size. And I know that because I made this Grogu for my friend Draco, HFT, shout out. And he was specific with the height. And I was like, no problem, I can put that in, boom, easy. One of the harder aspects of creating this Grogu was getting the ears right and the color. I went through several, come on. If anything you know about me by now, you know I'll sit at the egg sequencer testing stuff, and it's usually colors, because I can tell you that one, like, mineral that you would use for one critter may not give the same color results to another species, another critter. So keep that in mind, alright? Like a sodium might be a brown for one critter, but the sodium might be a yellow for another critter. Just keep that in mind whenever you're experimenting, and I hope you do. That's, to me, so much fun. And I got to the result that I wanted, and the result was a Grogu. Personally, I wanted the ears to be more slant, you know, like how the actual Grogu is. But look how small this little buddy is. Check this out. Actual Grogu size. Well, I'm kind of big, so don't mind that. I'm a little extra myself here.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
My little buddy. My little buddy. Okay, so Titan Worm Balloon. I've shown you the Titan Worm Balloon from the main save. I, like Kit, brought it over to this save so I'd be able to give it away if I wanted to. This is a creature I really, I don't want to say don't like to give away, but I don't suggest it or offer it. If people know I have it and ask for it, I'll give it out. No problem. The only thing is, it is it's Titan Worm. So by nature it's glitchy. You know, I have to, like I mentioned earlier with the other, I have to take an already established egg, go into that egg with the Titan Worm Balloon JSON code, overwrite it, and then give that egg to someone. That way, that person can hatch that egg and they'll get a Titan Worm Balloon. But once they hatch that Titan Worm Balloon, they will not be able to interact with it, feed it, write it, get eggs from it, anything. However, it is set to the highest loyalty, so it will always follow you around. And the locomotion animation that I set it to will always have it flopping into stuff. So it'll bounce off of mountains and always be in your orbit. And so it's very slow and methodical and just bumping into things. The Titan worm balloon. By all means, it is what it is. Next on the list, I want to show you Wheelie. Probably one of my favorite Transformers from Transformers the movie. Now, I actually had the Wheelie creature first, and when I started glitch stacking creatures, I was like, let me try this. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but this is unfortunately another one of those creatures where you know, like Titan worm balloon, you can't interact with it, you can't pet it, you can't feed it, you can't get an egg from it. You can only like hatch it and it'll follow you around. But I have set it so it will follow you around at least. See? It just disappeared. Now, because it disappeared, I can tell you the reason why it disappeared is a very simple reason. It's because we're on a floating island. If I pan back here, you'll see we're on a floating island. Now, let's take a look down here. Let's see if we see it. There it is. There it is. Very good, very nice. There it is. So, I tried a few different combinations, and you know, first instinct is just like slap on as many as you can, you know, but then it's just like jumbled and it doesn't feel right, you know, it's just like it's just ugly, right? But sometimes it just comes out nice. So this is a plow creature, and this plow creature only has two. Now, plow is like a species, right? So there's different kinds of species within the plow category. So I've only added two, and I think after testing, these are the best two. Like I could have added like other to that and whatnot. It just didn't look good, you know. So I'm gonna. Yeah. All right. So now that we did that, let me show you the next plow that I have. So that was Wheelie. Right? You can see 100% boil, which means sure you can't interact with it, but it will follow you around. It'll orbit you. The animation is really cool, and you know, it's pretty, in my opinion, it's pretty much the coolest parts of the plow put together. It almost seems as like this is the way it was originally meant to be, but the No Man's Sky team kind of broke them up into different species, so they can cover more ground. Like, yeah, that's my opinion. Okay, so here's Creepy. Yep. Those who know. This is creepy. The grossest No Man's Sky critter you can get. Well, you can't get, actually. This is a critter that is like the plow. These plows you cannot adopt as a companion. But, like the Titan worm balloon, if I were to copy the code of wheelie or creepy onto an egg, I can give that egg to you. You can hatch that egg, and then thus you will get a creepy of your own. You will not be able to interact with it. You will not be able to pet it or give it food or get an egg from it. But I do have it set where it will follow you around. So I only have a few critters that are like that. So keep that in mind. Whenever I do give those out, it's by request. I don't give those out. Like, I don't purposely make those eggs to give out. Because the eggs I give out, I want people to be able to interact with them. That's why having these glitch stacked creatures is such a boon. Like, to me, like, just look, and I got to the glitch stacked creatures from guessing and testing. I was like, can I do this? Let me try it. And I did it, and it worked. The best part about it is that you can interact with these. You can get eggs from these. And, you know, you don't have to go through a process. Like, so I'm super grateful that I was able to come up with these glitch stack creatures, but if by some chance you're a masochist and you're like, I want one of these crazy plows or the Titan worm balloon, let me know. I'll get one for you. That's not even a problem. It's just basically copying the code onto an already established eggs code. So it kind of overrides it. It overrides it. So when you get that egg, you're, hatching one of these nasty critters that you can't do anything with. They just look menacing and crazy. Now they're big. Also, if you take a notice, like creepy is 5 meters, wheelie is 5 meters. They're big, but not so big that they crash people's games. So they're not megafauna category. That would be 8 meters and up. So 8 meters and up, that crashes games. I've heard some people say like the No Man's Sky Enterprise, put that away. It's too big. It's like, it's not too big. It's not too big. It's 5 meters. If it was 8 meters, yeah, I can see, that messing up games, but it's not. It's not going to mess up games. It's not going to crash games. It's only 5 meters. When you get to 8 meters, that's when you start messing up people's games. So keep that in mind. Anyone who's like following along with this, one for the books. Finally, this I named the crate worm only because I was pressed for time. This was my on this save. This was my sky snake. I called Swoosher. And then I was like, oh, I'm trying to get stuff for the Star Wars day a couple of days ago. And I was like, oh, I'm trying to figure stuff out. And I was like, oh, wait a second. What if I just change the name to this critter from Swoosher to Crate Worm? Now it's a Crate Worm. So, boom. There you go. Nothing much behind that. It's just one of those sky snakes. It is a particularly my opinion, cool looking one. I did make this from scratch, by the way. Even though I cheesed it on like it's not an actual crate worm, I didn't actually like go off to make it look as much as a crate worm as I could have. That's cool. That's cool. So yeah, this originally was just like a one of these, just one of these, sky snakes. But it's a sky snake. It's fast. It's super cool looking, I think. And yeah, I gave those away for the May 4th. May the 4th be with you. And that is it. That is my critter roster. Now, I've been going on for a little bit. I feel like since I've been doing this, maybe for a few hours even, I should probably do a giveaway-a-thon just to end this stream. Now, what I'm going to try and do, and hopefully anyone watching this can participate, is I'm trying to make a video where I can chop into YouTube shorts about these different critters. It's okay if it works or not. I'm just testing. Everything is about like trying to be a better person than we were yesterday, right? So I feel like I got enough footage of the critters and describing them and whatnot. We'll figure it. I mean, in editing, I'll figure out what I'm going to use and what I won't use. I feel like I got enough good footage, Let me do this though. Yeah, let's do a giveaway-a-thon real quick. Not too crazy. I just want to give away a bunch of maybe the glitch stack critters, kit, tailless, Valcor. I don't want to give away the Star Wars critters because that was like last minute. I feel like it's kind of almost like janky. I bet if I had more time, I could probably do a better job with those critters. Except for Grogu. Grogu actually has been in the mix for a while, so let's do that. We'll give Grogu a chance. Give Grogu out. Honestly, if you got a Grogu from me, you'll be like, oh snap, that does look like a Grogu. Word. Alright, so we'll start with Rolling Stone. Get an egg for Rolling Stone. Thank you kindly. Oh, hold on. I did run across an issue. Now, I'm not sure if this has to do with the mod that I'm using, the egg timer mod, which is basically a mod that allows me to keep having critters poop out eggs. So there's no, like, usually there's a 24-hour timer, it removes that. And that's the only mod I use, but I can only hold like 10 eggs now, where 18 is the max. So after 10 eggs, I have to come back down to the planet, get more eggs, go back up to the anomaly. Small price to pay, right? Alright, so No Man's Sky, Enterprise, we shall definitely keep you around. Tauntaun, let's get rid of you. you're a Star Wars themed critter. So, Widget, you're an Ewok Star Wars themed critter. We're getting rid of you. Okay. So here we are. No Man's Sky Enterprise, definitely up there with one of my favorite eggs to give out to people because it is a glitch stacked critter. You cannot get these glitch stacked critters out in the wild. The only way you can get one of these is from me or from someone who's gotten a critter from me, gotten an egg, sort of thing, you know? Yeah, and I got the receipts. I mean, it's not like anyone's gonna be like, I invented this. It's like, no, I invented it. I got the receipts. Catch me outside. You know what I'm saying? Like, uh, but it's okay. You know, like, I want people to give these away. Like, I was talking about the fixed child of Helios. I feel so proud that I was able to fix it. I That's probably one of my favorite critters to give away. Uh, because in my opinion, that the exposition that was a reward, and everyone was like, "Oh, it looks so pretty, it's awesome." But then you get it, and you try and ride it, and it just drags you into the ground. It was so disappointing, and it just I I couldn't believe like Hello Games like put that out as a reward. It broke my heart. Like I stopped using that critter, you know? And I know tons of people who also did the same thing. Like they just got rid of it. You know, to make room for other critters that they actually do things. And look, I want to say I got lucky, but I was persistent and I kept testing and testing and testing. And I fixed it. And I fixed it not just for the people. I mean, again, it sucks to say it, but I did all of this stuff. I did all of these changes like selfishly because I love these critters and I want to see the changes, right? And uh, so I did it for myself. But I always had in mind to share. And anyone who knows me knows that, like, I got your back. Let's do it. You need this? Boom. There you go. So, the Child of Helios, I would say, is probably my greatest triumph in regards to No Man's Sky critters. So, if you hear this, if you watch this, I would hope maybe you can spread that around to other people. Hit me up. Ask me for a fixed Child of Helios. You got it. Those eggs you can interact with. You can feed. You can ride. You can get eggs from. So you can get eggs and give those eggs to other people. Spread it around. Have people understand this is not the Child of Helios that came from the expedition. This is the fixed Child of Helios. Okay, so give me a second. I'll be right back. back in it. Here we go. And I can't say this enough. Like, mad props to Peter Land for creating the Creature Builder Excel spreadsheet. I would not have been able to understand the JSON code, the hierarchy, how these creatures are coded in the JSON files without it. I wouldn't. I wouldn't even have any idea. Like, it is the main reason why I was able to, like, I always loved the critters. And, you know, look, when something drives you to do something, like, you know, you follow that path. And I, and of course, mad shout outs to Go Fungus. Like, bro's got, like, the most diesel save editor for this game. And, props to him and his team. I know he's got a new, crew coming through, updating. We're at, like, 1.14.1 as I speak right now. I I could log out now and probably check it. It's probably got updated again. They've been updating a bunch lately. Um, check it out. Donate, do all that good stuff. I mean, that is how I was able to experiment and get these glitch stack creatures. Like, I could go on and on about the virtues of being able to edit raw JSON code. Making myself taller. Of course, a lot of you might have noticed, like, why is he bigger? Yeah, it's because I was able to manipulate the code. And I don't want to get into further details with that because it's like a journey too. Like, I don't want to take that away from people. I want you to acknowledge at least that it's out there. There's a path, there's a way to do it, there's a way to manipulate the code in a way to change things to your liking. So that's life. Just understand that's life too. You have that ability in you. See things that you like. You want your life to be more geared towards that, centered around that, powered by that. You can do that. I want to encourage that. I want you to experiment, to dream. Feels good. You know how good it felt to fix the Child of Helios? It blew my mind. Like, I still don't get it to this day. I do get it, but I'm like, I try and push past it because I want to, like, make other stuff, you know? Don't dwell on those achievements, you know what I mean? Like, cool, you did that. Freaking awesome, you know? Like, don't rest on your laurels, you know? Like, you got to keep expanding, not just for yourself, but the greater good. And what else are we here for but for the greater good? Do you think, right? Alright, so let's get some eggs. Alright, which one is this? Rolling stone. Okay, cool. Here we go. This is my paradise planet. We won't go into that too much. Let's just right by a portal. Just want to get some critters out right now. Shards! Man, shards might be my favorite. I don't want to play favorites. I hate playing favorites, man, but shards. Oh, so pretty. I wish I could ride you. You know what? I could ride shards if I had the mod. Yeah. If I had the mod, I could totally ride this critter, no problem. So just throwing it out there. Anything I give you that you can't ride, if you really, 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 really want to ride it, go ahead and get it. Get that mod. Get that mod. Get that mod. Alright, here we go. Cronkite. What's up, buddy? Yo, Cronkite is dope too. Those two are top tier. I mean, look, like I mentioned earlier, I did a lot of testing, and I didn't want to give out anything I didn't think looked awesome. Okay? So I only made and pushed the stuff that is the best. Here, check it out. This is Kit, the fastest land critter you can get. At dopest. The head is animated, the hips are animated, the spine is animated, the legs are animated. You're not gonna find this from anyone else but ONSETTER here. And ONSETTER gives them away like nothing. Get it? Give it to someone else, okay? If you ever get one of these eggs from me, please, just give it to someone else, randomly. It's okay, I'll show you how to do it. You do it in the Anomaly. Watch though, watch how fast we go. 3, 2, 1, go! Woo. Gulp that mouth. Nothing. Do you have any stamina? Nope. You go on forever. You know how some critters have stamina? What stamina? This dude will just go forever. Thank you, Kit. Okay, let's move on. We gotta do a giveawayathon here. Alright, did we get a Kit egg? Hold on a second. Let me just make sure. Shards, Cronkite. No, we did not. Can you give me an egg, buddy? Oops. Alright, here we go. Let's give out a fixed child to Helios. Okay, so we can only have 10. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, let's get No Man's Sky Enterprise. Definitely. There we go. Alright. Let's do Talos. Let's skip Falcor and do a Talus. Curly. Definitely got Curly. Gotta get Curly up in this piece. Look at that egg. Beautiful. Alright. And Grogu. Let's get Grogu. Yeah, hell yeah. You know what? I was keeping Grogu for Draco, because Draco actually like custom requested me to make this Grogu. And man, it's more than 6 months, isn't it? It's like maybe like 8, 9 months. It's been a while. You know, I've been holding on to this and not giving it out to anybody. But since the May the 4th, I gave him it out, and now I'm just like, yeah, I'll just give him out. You know? Okay, where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that 10? Alright. Yeah? Let's see if we can get one more. I doubt we can, but let's try shards. I just want to show you on stream what I'm dealing with. I'm supposed to carry 18 eggs, but now I can only carry 10 in my exosuit. So let's take a look. Yeah, look, only 10 eggs. What is up with that? Ah, well. I mean, at least I have the mod. I can just keep getting eggs. I don't have to wait 24 hours. So if anything, I'll just dip back down to the planet and then go and get some more eggs. The Hattori Hanzo 2. Alright. Network settings real quick. Enable invite only. Yeah, I keep it invite only because I don't want people to mess with me. Have you ever gotten messed with? I have. Here we go. There's probably gonna be no one here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a few people. But I am in Florida. So I'm guessing a lot of these people are in time zones that maybe it's early for them. By the way, this is my spot. If you're ever looking for me, I am in between the Nexus and the Quicksilver Agent. Let's get out the No Man's Sky Enterprise because they are my sandwich board spinner. Let's go. Let's start giving out eggs. We got No Man's Sky Enterprise. Fizzle. Ooh, let me give you a stack of Echo Locator. I got a bunch of those. We got Rolling Stone. Memer 69, you get a Rolling Stone and a stack of echolocators. What do we got here? We got a shards, a wild, oh, Jomo Soul 1651. You get, and you get a stack. Okay, we got a Cronkite. everyone here got an egg. Let's just hang out for a second. Do this. Absolutely. You're most welcome. Alright. Who else we got? We got a Cronkite. Him! You get a Cronkite and you get a stack of echolocator. What else we got? We got Kit. Oh. No. Same people. They gave all these people eggs. So let's hang out for a second for the range to change. Maybe we'll get another people. Get closer. By the way, you'll notice that people are getting closer to me over here. It is what happens. Hello. Yeah. Not right now. Not sure what you mean by that, but I agree. Hey, Memer69. What's up? I like your hat, buddy. Got the pimp hat on. There you go. I need to give out these eggs, though. Oh, we got someone rolling up over here. We got Kit. Oh, that guy with the symbols for names. Sure. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. And we got Grogu. Yeah. JMQRT. You get a Grogu. Heck yeah. That's for you. Ooh, you got a... Oh, see? Ooh, whose is that? Wait. I don't have any fixed child of Helioses. Oh, no, I do, don't I? I do. I have one fixed child of Helios. Let's... Curly, tailless. There it is. It's the one that's pulsing. We have one fixed child of Helios. I know you guys saw someone has a fixed child of Helios. Memer! Where are you? Memer! Stop! Don't move! Don't move! Let me give you this. Boom! Dude, it's a fixed child of Helios. It's a... I gotta tell him. Yay! Look, I spent so much time during this stream talking about the fixed child of Helios, and we were able to give Memer69 a fixed child of Helios because I was so stoked because they busted out the fixed child, not the fixed child, the regular child of Helios in the Anomaly, and I was like, wait, ooh, don't move, take this egg. This is the fixed child of Helios. So, I mean, they're gone right now, but that makes me so happy that I was able to hook them up like that and give them the fixed Child of Helios. Like, I'm sure, like, they kept the Child of Helios. Who keeps the Child of Helios? It's useless. But they kept it because it looks awesome. But what if it looks awesome and you can actually use it as intended? Yes. Oh, see, those little moments for me, it makes my day. Like, I swear. Like, Memer69, I'm so stoked I got to help you today. Like, oh man, it just makes me feel good as hell. As hell? I don't know. Anyway, Nomad Sky Enterprise. What do we got? Rexamondo. Here. Oh, can you not get eggs? No, it's not. Oh, you did get eggs. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me give you a stack then. Yeah, alright. So we got, Talus, a wild Apelex. Did I give him an, I might have given him an egg, but I don't care. I'll give you, at this point, I thought I didn't give you an egg, but that's alright. Curly, we got Curly. That's what's left. Like, what do we got over here? Alright, let's hang out for a second. We could probably find someone straggling through. Give him an eggie. Wow. Man, I'm so happy about that interaction. Like, seeing someone with a Child of Helios and being able to give them a fixed Child of Helios, it's like, I don't know. It's like you had the no frills version. You know, I don't know. It's like, let me hook you up with the straight up, like, the way it was supposed to be. And then, I don't know. It's like, singing the gospel is just like, oh, Child of Helios is supposed to let you fly around on its butt. You know? Come on. I'll sing it out loud. This is why I do this, though. And since I'm here, this is why I do this. This is why I do this. I want to say, I don't get anything from this. I take time out of my life to do this. I'm not getting hub coin from it. I'm not getting paid from it. I'm not hoarding secrets. I'm not gatekeeping. I'm out here. I'm ONSETTER. I'm on site. This is the way we're gonna be. This is the way I've been. And we'll keep going for that foreseeable futures. Because there's more than one. Don't get stymied. We out here getting shiny. Look, you see me though. Come on. I'm giving away stacks. I'm not just giving away eggs now, you know? I used to just give away eggs. But I was like, why am I just giving away eggs? I have the ability to give away dope stacks of stuff. You know what I'm giving away? I'm giving away stacks of echolocators. You like those interceptors? I do too. Here's a 40 stack. Go do it. You know? Like, look, what do you want? You want, like, nanites? You need highline brain? Yo, you get a 10 stack of highline brain, you got 2,600 nanites in your pocket just from refining that. And it's so quick too. It refines so fast. I'll give you as many stacks as you want, as many stacks as I got. I don't know. I don't care. I do care though. I care about a lot of stuff. Look, let's do this. Let's give Curly to a wild Apple X so we can go down to the planet and get more eggs. I'm down to do another round of Giveawayathon. Okay? So, bro, there you go. Let me also give you one of these. Should I give you one of these? Or let me give you one of these. I think I gave you already a stack of these. I don't wanna. There you go. Hey. Alright. The thing also is I could have at any point here just got out of the anomaly and got back in. That's how you get like a whole new crowd. Let's just go back down. Let's get some more eggs. Let's get some more eggs. Coming by the Hattori Hanzo 2. Get out of here. Get out of here. Ghost trees. Ghost trees. Ghost trees. Get out of here, ghost trees. Scaring me. Get out of here. Yeah. Yeah, ghost trees. Yeah. Alright, here we go. So I'm just gonna go same. I'll go same. I'll go same. Same. That I got before. Let's just kind of do that. Stick to that formula. Feeling sad. I can relate. Got one egg. And we're going to shards. Wonderful. Kite. Yeah. We got 3 eggs here. Kit. Yep. Get a kit away. Kit is definitely one of those always love to give away because, I mean, not only I did the custom Phantom legs, it's got all the dope parts. In my opinion, those are all the best parts of a robot antelope, you know? I'd love to be able to do that. There's a fixed child of Helios. Alright, No Man's Sky Enterprise, here we go. Tailless. Curly, no doubt. Elite stacked critter. I put you above Rolling Stone, for real. If I had to be all judgmental like that. Grogu? Yeah, let's give out a Grogu. Let's give out a Grogu. It's still around that festival, May the 4th be with you time, so yeah, I'm down with that. Definitely down with that. Come on, move. Move. Thank you. Hunt that prey. Is that a last Grogu? Ooh, you snatched some prey? You were quick. Who'd you kill? That dude. Oh, you messed up, Grogu. Look at Grogu being all vicious. Oh, man. That's kind of cool. Hold up. Let me back up. Get some video proof. Grogu be eating people out here. Shut up. Grogu be eating people out here. Shut up. Alright. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that 10? No. Can't be 10. One more. I don't know. Big child of Helios? Yeah. Get some much deserved love for Big child of Helios. Get more eggs out into the populace. Fly away, fly away. Fly away, fly away. Ideas. Okay, regardless of ideas, let us continue into the ethers. Very good, very nice. I see all of the cool videos about the new space station, and yeah, I mean, super cool looking. I wonder if they're gonna change up the anomaly. Worth the consideration. I don't go, here we go. Yo, back into the spot. And let's get some eggs to people. We got a rolling stone. It's going to Nina Krypton. Nina, here's a stack also. Oh, you ran away. That's okay. Let's go to an egg of shards. Foot lettuce. You get a shards. And yes, you got a stack of echolocator. Good for you, butts. And we got a cronkite. Who's gonna get a cronkite? Let's see who's gonna go into the range. I'm not sure. Oh, I almost forgot. We can't do this without our sandwich board spinner extraordinaire. No Man's Sky Enterprise. Thank you, buddy. Get in there. Get in there. This game is so cool. What do we got here? We got a cronkite going to Dutch Couture. Yeah. Hey, Dutch. Oh shoot. Did I give it to you? Or did I put... There you go. I think I put it in my freighter by accident. Wow, what's that? Oh. What is that, my friend? What does the companion egg do? Ooh, hey, Magnate. Sounds like you're super new to the game. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. You ran away, but look at that. Kind of rare, but look, we got a pillar over there, so that's a new player. That must be Magnate's ship. Let's take a look. Is that Magnate's ship? That's Nina's ship. So we gave Nina an egg, and oh, there's another over there, and Scraggy. So yeah, we got some newbies up in here, which I love. And I mean, I don't want to say like my eggs will give you an advantage. I don't want to say that, but I also want to say you're not gonna get them anywhere else. Unless you got a buddy who's gonna give you one of my eggs. So there's that and that. And that's so nice though. What does the companion egg do? Oh, you haven't even gotten to figure out what a companion egg does? Oh, hold on. Should I give them a Highline Brain, a 10 stack? That way they can refine it and turn it into nanites and open up more pet slots. Or just have more nanites. Oh, hello. Hi. Hi, Nina. I gave you. Okay. Who are you? Foothold lettuce. I gave you stuff. Who are you? You know what? I'm gonna find Magnate real quick, and I want to give them Highline Brain and hopefully convey. If they refine it, they can get nanites to get slots to open up critters. So let's see. Chris. Alright. Not the person I was looking for, but doesn't stop me from giving you stuff. Here, let me give you an egg. I'll give you an egg too. You get a fixed child of Helios machine. Hopefully you're not Bert Kreischer and you won't tell me the same story. Anyway, over here, Chris, PLN. Dig it? How about you get a Grogu? Oh yeah, you get a Grogu. And you get a big old stack of echolocator and find yourself a interceptor that meets your means. 40 tries at least. Alright, I don't normally run around the anomaly like that. I usually just like to hang out here at my usual spot. But, I mean, I was looking for Magnate because I kind of realized if they're that new and they didn't know what a companion egg is, it was my duty to tell them. Right? We don't have much left. We have a Curly. We have a Tailless. We have a No Man's Sky Enterprise. We have a fixed Child of Helios. Oh, I got 2 of those? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. And a Kick. Let's do this. Let's run away and come into a new iteration. Yeah. What is that? That's a language I'm not sure of. Which is okay. There we go. Get me in! Very nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a 6 and a 7 back there. Alright. Give them eggs out, give them out. Give them eggs out, give them out. Around here. Oh, no, we gotta get our sandwich board spinner, No Man's Sky Enterprise up in this piece. Show him what it be. Okay, Curly. No one. Look. There's no one in range. Hang out for a sec, though. Alright, you know what? This is a good time for me to just take a quick break. Hold on a second. There's no one in range anyway, so I'll be right back in a second or two. If you guys see anyone in range, just jostle them or do your internet thing. Hack the Gibson or something. I'll be right back. Hack the Gibson! Someone in the range. Let's go, Rusty. Here you go. Hey. Rusty, I got a stack. Oh, you ran away. Too fast. That's okay. We'll give you thumbs. Alright, we got a man. 24 left. Tayless. Tayless is legendary. Legendary, I say. The fastest flying custom critter I have. Can't get no faster than Tayless. Oh! Look. Someone gave me a brain. Someone gave me a brain. Ah, thank you. That's so kind. See? You don't have to give me anything, by the way. If I ever give you an egg, please do not think you have to give me anything. I don't want anything. I just want to give you these custom critters. But if you give me something, you're honored. Yeah, I'm honored as heck that people will, trade like that. I mean, good conscience, I might do the same thing. Oh, SPX, Misty, you get a Tayless. Oh, I can't give you a stack. Oh, you ran away. Hey, let's give Rusty a stack. I don't know if I gave them a stack before, echolocator, but we'll give them a stack. How about that? Oh, Rusty Bone gave me the neural stamp. Well, thank you, Rusty Bone, for the neural stamp. Super cool. Thank you. Much appreciated. Not like I need it, but I love it. Not like I need it, but I love it. Not like I need it, but I love it. Alright, what do we got left? 3? Right? So we have the No Man's Sky Enterprise, we have the Fixture, the Helios, and Kit. Let's see who gets a Kit. Let's give Kit out. Kit. Alright. I really don't like running around the Anomaly and giving them out. Kind of like just hang out here. To whoever comes in range, we got a couple. It's taking too long. I don't like this. Take a look around. Just run around for a second. Oh, hello, whoever is looking upon me. My travels. I'm trying to jostle people and give them eggs. In the Anomaly. Starart Gamer. I didn't see you on my range list. I want to give you a kid. You get a kid, buddy. And a big old fat stack of echolocators. Hopefully you'll find your interceptor. Oh, you're full. Did you get a stack? No, you're totally full. It happens. Oh, another person ran away. It's okay. Gooba. God egg. Good for you, Gooba. Gooba have a stack. Yes! Super hacker sweets. That's okay. You know, this is primarily meant for me to just, I don't know, give an educational about the critters I made. Hopefully we'll be able to make some shorts out of what we've done. Fix child the Helios. Nope. Here, let's go to an... Who's that? Okay. Let's go to a new iteration real quick. I don't know. Not sure we're gonna be able to get these away real quick, but no. See, 1, 2, 3. Not many. I might have just rolled back into the same iteration. It happens. Yeah, no one. Let's see. Yeah, no one's over here. Oh, it's you. Let's see. Are you there? Can I just give you an egg? Child. There you go, buddy. You deserve having the name amazing. Yeah, you get a fixed child the Helios. Carry on the legacy. Alright, so we got one egg left. Let's find one of these patrons of the Anomaly in the back and square out, and then there you go. Here we go. Hey, wait, don't move. I'll give you some other stuff. Hold on. There you go. Look at that. Hey, you want a platinum stack too? Look at that. Yeah, buddy. Nice. Heck yeah. So awesome. I love helping people. Sir, Coats a lot. The legend. The legend. We have a legend here. I don't have any more, yeah, I don't have any more eggs. I gave you big stacks. Ooh, one of these. Have one of these. Yeah, those are good. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah! Get it. Enjoy, my friend. Enjoy the egg. I don't have any more eggs. I give them all away. You had the last custom egg. But you can give that egg to other people. So by all means, you know, give that egg to your friends and whoever. It is a custom egg. You got it from me. You can't get it from anyone else. Do you need anything? The high line brain will give you a lot of nanites. refine that stuff. I think we are done here, my friends. Our work is done-ish. That was good. We got rid of all the eggs. We gave away tons of stacks. I definitely want to make sure whenever I give out eggs now, I want to try and also give out stacks of stuff. Doesn't matter what. I mean, it doesn't matter what. I mean, really, I kind of want to make sure that it's at least echolocators. Right now, it's probably the most important thing for people. So echolocators, 40 stacks. I mean, 40 chances to find your interceptor. Highline brain, refine that into nanite. You get 2,600 nanites from that. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. I gave out other stuff, but it's cool. So I think I'm gonna... Can I do one more round? I kind of feel like... Alright, look. To me, it's 5:47. I think I can do one more round of a giveaway-a-thon. What do you think? I got like just about 10 minutes. I say let's go. I say let's go. Let's do it. 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 Yeah. Let's do it. Alright. Okay. So, we've established all the critters during this stream. Hopefully I'm going to use this video to create YouTube shorts. What I wanted to do was highlight each of the custom critters I've made over the time. And I don't know the exact time I started doing custom critter creations, but it's been a while. So I mean, I could put that in whatever, whenever, but at this point it's just more of like, hey, these are things, they're out there. I'm trying to get them more out there. And I don't want to say I'm like the custom critter guy, like, hey, if you want a thing, I can make it. Like, because recently I had an interaction. Alright, let's just talk about it. Alright. Recently I had an interaction with someone. And, if anyone knows me from this game and getting them critters, they'll know, yeah, I'll bend over backwards. I'll try and get you that critter. There was someone who recently came into my orbit and asked me to get them a certain kind of critter. And I did. Not a problem. All I really need is a description, you know? A detailed description helps, but whatever you got, I could slink some stuff, you know? And it's only because I studied the hierarchy of the descriptors of different critters. It's crazy to say it like that, but like, I know what a lot of these animals on the planets, what their like code, what their code name is in game, and how to manipulate that code, if that makes any sense. It's a thing. Anyway, look, I got the person the thing they wanted, right? Then, I don't know, they got demanding. So I'm not 100% sure if I want to do this in a way that people will be in a position to be demanding at me. If that makes sense. Right? I mean, look, if you're looking at this now, you're either someone who's subscribed to me on YouTube or someone who's subscribed to me on Twitch. You've been watching me do this sort of thing. You've been watching me just give these eggs away. I do take requests. I will do my best to facilitate, but look, I'm gonna have to just say, like, I'm gonna draw a line. Like, I have the preference of just being like, nah, I'm not gonna help you. I don't want to have to just say why, but there's some people out there. I should be able to, I should just be like, no, because of this, this, and this. But like, do those kind of people even deserve that? Like, I don't even want to give them, like even talking about it right now makes me feel weird. But I think talking about the situation is important, because I'm a person, right? You see me, I'm out here, I'm doing my thing. When I do my thing, I'm always out here trying to help people. So if you're like out here trying to be like extra and entitled, you deserve preference, or like you deserve this or that, like that hurts my heart. Like, honestly, like I can't even deal with that. But I guess, putting myself out here in the public, being someone who can manipulate the creatures as I do, is probably going to put me in the crosshairs of some people. Which, that kind of sucks. I mean, can't we all just get along? I don't know. I guess I wanted to just kind of take this moment towards the end of my stream to be like, y'all can't mess with me. None of y'all can mess with me. No one is on the level that I'm at right now. If you are, step up, show and prove. Like prove me wrong, right? But I've been putting in the time and the energy and testing and guessing and just testing and testing. I've just been giving it away for free, alright? I don't want your hub coin. I don't want your time. I don't want you to fix my wiki. I want you to enjoy what I have. Free of any kind of constrictions. I got you. You know why? Because that's what I would want. I've been playing this game for a minute, and for a year I was playing the game by myself, exploring. Beautiful, how vast it is. But I eventually learned it's more beautiful with other people. Beauty is best when it's shared. That's what I want to convey. Share. Share your beauty with others. Because even if it's rejected, it's still beauty. That's like the importance of our life. We're here to create beauty. That beauty connects people. So I encourage everyone, please, maybe as anxious or as awkward as it might even feel, just reach out. Take a chance. It's okay. Just remember the beauty of existence, just being alive, is in of itself the reason to connect with people. Give me a shout. I'm ONSETTER. I'm all over the place. You can find me on the Twitters. I don't do Twitter though, but yeah, I'm mostly on Twitch because Twitch better be on point. Like I tried doing YouTube's. I don't know, the OBS I was using, the settings maybe. Just get all wiry and crazy, but look, give me a shout regardless. You got a request for a pet? You got a wild request? You think it's like not a thing that can happen? I don't know. Maybe it could happen. Maybe it could happen. Maybe I can help you make it happen. Come on, go away. Go away. Come on! You're right on the egg. Move! Move! Alright, I'm gonna dismiss you. Don't make me dismiss you. I'm gonna do it. You're not gonna move? Peace. Ah, ha, ha, I steal your egg. Yoink. Alright, that was kind of awkward. Sorry. That made me feel away. But, yeah, I mean, look, I can tell you this. I got a great understanding of these critters. I can probably make a custom critter for you. Like, what if you, like, had an idea about a proto-gek, right? It's like, I kind of wish I had a proto-gek that looked like this and this and this. Like, yeah, I might be able to square you out. Just saying. I'm not out here trying to, like, demand requests. If anything, like, nah, don't flood my floodgates and whatnot. Get out of here with that. But I'm out here. I do these giveawayathons. I give away these custom. Yo, there are people like charging fake money for this stuff. Like, they be like, I got the best Bitcoin. Yeah. Look at me. You gotta take this to get this. Yeah. Did you update my wiki? No. Yo, I'm saying, I've been out here. I've been doing this for yous. Alright? Like, I've been doing this for yous. I mostly do it for myself, I gotta say. Like, as much as I love doing this for people and helping people, I also do it for myself. Because I want to help myself. I want not, like, myself back then. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can picture that, like, I want to be able to help myself, sort of. If you're looking at it like, hey, he's helping, no, like, um, you know what I'm saying. Shut up. Shut up. Anyway, challenge me. I haven't actually had anyone even. Okay, I take that back. I just immediately took that back. Alright, I just immediately realized, there is one critter. I, look, I am all for jostling this system. When I say jostling, I mean like, yeah, let's move it around. Let's see what it does, right? Look, I tell you what, I want to make either drills, but more importantly, like shark type creatures fly about as if they were swimming in the water. And I have seen someone with a drill fly around them in a kind of proto flyer type orbit. So I know it's possible. And let me tell you, I have spent time trying to figure that out. And look, I'm not going to ask them because they're not going to tell me. There's a lot of gatekeepers out there, by the way, No Man's Sky travelers. There's a lot of gatekeepers out there that don't want you to get their glory. They don't want you to surpass them in any way. Their little humble lives depends on it. Yo, you know me. You know where to find me. I'll roll up on you. Let's go. Like, come on. Like, I'm out here. I'm out here doing this. There's a lot of people who are just shady with their gatekeeping, but yet they got some secrets. I want them secrets, though. I want them secrets. You get them secrets. You tell me, all right? Anyone out there? Anyone out there? You know me. I'm ONSETTER. ONSETTER is on site on Reddit. ONSETTER, YouTube, ONSETTER, Twitch. Just throw me in the DMs. Whatever, man. Yo, I'm out here trying to do this, but there are people out there who just hate me because they're haters, because they got stuff in their life that are hurting their heart. I'm a friend to the community. I've been doing this stuff on the regular. We got two more. Two more. What are you gonna get? Yeah, you. Yeah, buddy. One left, one left. Who should we go with? Hey, yo, I'm not a gatekeeper though. I'll tell you what, like, gatekeeping hurts my heart because, like, all the stuff I do, I do for the community, and I don't expect anything from it. And I'm seeing stuff pop up left and right, like, yo, y'all do me a favor, hook me up, tell me when people are like taking my critters. Like, because I give out these critters like it's nothing. Let me know if you see someone like out there claiming that they made the critter. You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's probably people out there like that, which is annoying. But I got the receipts. You know, like all of these critters, I got the receipts for all of them. So you know it came from me, but there's always gonna be someone who's like, oh, I can make a buck off this or whatever. Like, figure it out. Like, I'm not gonna stop here. I'm always gonna just keep testing and figuring stuff out over here. There's gonna be malicious people out there too. Which is unfortunate because that's not why I did this at all. To be malicious? What? No. Where else can you get this creature? Look at this thing. Look at it. Am I charging people for it? Nope. Do I want you to edit and update my wiki page? Nope. Catch me at the Anomaly. Send me a request. Say what's up to ONSETTER, man. Like, ONSETTER's all over the place. I'll catch that message. I got you. It's a shame though. I don't know. It hurts my heart a bit. Like, talking to some other No Man's Skyers about it. It does seem sketch. Pretty sketch. Pretty sketch. But that's okay. Let's get out of here. I feel like I'm bumming myself out. Alright, we got 10 eggs. Let's get out of here. I'm bumming myself out over here. Come on. Ugh. I don't know. It just hurts my heart just thinking about that kind of stuff. Jeez. That's alright. That's alright. You know why that's alright? Because I know enough good players that they purvey goodness too. So, look, you're trying to come at me, you're gonna come at a lot of people. You're not just coming at me. Me? Everyone knows I've been doing this stuff for free. Everyone knows I've been giving out to the community. I am the community. Ooh, this place is empty. Oh, damn. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This place is empty. What? Oh, you know, it's like 6 EST, but come on, it can't be. Alright, now it's starting to fill up. Alright, I just gotta. That's Russian, the Demon 226. Hashtag 1483. Alright, let's get some eggs rolling. We got a Rolling Stone Super Kai 2010. Here, have a full stack of echolocator. We have a Shards. Julio 9343. 9343. Here, let me give you a stack. Let me get a Highline stack. Alright, we got a shards? Prize man, you get a shards! Oh, here's a full stack of echolocator. I think I'm gonna hang out for a second. Here. Yeah, we gotta bring out our sandwich board spinner, the No Man's Sky Enterprise. Hang on around me, buddy. There you go. There you go. There you go. Super Kai 2010, how are you? Entity, hold on a second, I got you. No Man's Sky Enterprise, Entity, Dormon, there you go. Here's a full stack. Oh, here, oh, there you go. Nice! I hooked you up. I love getting to hook up people with an egg and a stack of something. If I can manage. Sometimes the range switches around so much. Don't even know. Alright, so we got Cronkite. Gave everyone here an egg. Give a shout out. Hello. So we got Entity Toonhound 20,000. We have a Super Kai. No, don't give me stuff. But thank you. Thank you. Is there a thank you? There isn't. There is. I don't need it, but thank you. You're very kind for giving me something back. I appreciate it. You didn't have to, but I love you for it. Thank you. Yeah, good stuff. Alright, so we got a Cronkite. Who's gonna get a Cronkite? Oh, Christianchenko, you get a Cronkite. Hey, yeah. Hey, have some platinum. Yeah. You can't fit it. That's okay. Prize Man and Super Kai. Hi, how are you? Hello. Hi there. I need resources. Oh, I got you. Hold up. Don't move. I got you. You're gonna get hooked up right now. Yeah, baby. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. There you go. Ha ha! Good for you. Yeah. See? I love this. I'm just giving it away. Look, you know what? I get it. I get why they decided to make digital cryptocurrency around tasks to kind of maybe build community. But you are never gonna stop people like me from just giving it away for free. Alright? I will keep giving it away for free. That's what I do. Not only do I make custom critters that you can't get anywhere else, but I'll give out stacks of platinum, echolocator stacks. I don't care. I'll give them all away for free. You can't stop me. There's no way you can stop me. I'm out here giving it to the people. Curly, go to why not. We got a tailless Uber. Oh shoot, Idyllic 7-1. got a game invite from Super Kai 2010. Let's accept it. Let's do it. Uh-oh. Hello. Am I in a group? Doesn't look like I am. Hello. Nope. Doesn't look like I'm actually in a group. Hold on a second. Nope, I am not in a group. Alright, well, that's cool. Thanks for inviting me to your not existent group. I'm cool with that too. Alright, Kit. Who gets a Kit? Who gets a Kit? Crosby, Alex. Oh, shoot. We gave it to the same person. I don't like doing that, but that's okay. Big shout to Helio. Julio, there you go. Julio gets a Helios. Julio, you get a full stack too, buddy. Now we only got one egg left. The No Man's Sky Enterprise. Who's gonna get that? Not sure. Someone give me something. Oh, Super Kai. Hey, Super Kai, thank you, but it's okay. You don't have to give me anything. I appreciate it, though. Much love, much love. Hey, Entity Doomhound. Hello. They are hanging out with Super Kai. Entity Doomhound. Hello, hello. How are you?
Very good, very nice.
Yeah, did I give you an egg? I'm sure I gave you an egg. I am certain I gave you an egg. Oh, Christian Janko. Hello, I gave you an egg too. Enjoy. That is a custom egg for you. Give it to your family. Maybe you can hatch more eggs. Yes. Eggs upon eggs upon eggs. It's unlimited. Let me give you some eggs. Need that? I don't know if you need that or not. I don't care. I'll give it to you. Alright. No Man's Sky Enterprise. Anyone new? No one new? No one new? No one new? Alright, these are all people I've given eggs to. So I usually try and give one egg to a person, spread it out, you know? Ooh, who we got? Nope, same people. Alright. Alright. Rub. Rub, come through, come closer. I shall give you an egg. Well, there's a demon. I don't like that. No. No! I say no to the demons. No! I shall not give you an egg. Ah, you ran away. Good. Get out of here, demon. Yeah, demon, yeah! Uber Mighty. That's a cool name. I give you an egg. I like your name. Rob's a cool name. I'll give you an egg. Oh, jeez. Look at the range. Come on! I just need one random. That's not the ones I gave an eggs to. No, let's take a look around. Let's take a walk. Let's take a walk. Hey, Julio. What's up? I gave you an egg. Cheers. Alright, shall we? Here we go. 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 Nope. Some highway guy. 420. Yeah, buddy. Take this full stack. I got another full stack for you. Hold up. Boom. Yeah. Nice. Oh, he's still there? Hold on. Let me give you some other stuff. Don't move. Don't move. I got you. Boom! Hey! Yeah, buddy. There you go. Nice. Nice. Very good. Very nice. Good stuff. Alright, so that's it. We're gonna end it here. We have given out all the eggs. We have given out all the stacks. Most of the stacks, pretty much. It's been a good time. I think I've been on for like 5 hours doing this. You know, originally I set out to... I wanted to capture footage of my critters on the main save and the secondary. This is the secondary save. And, I wanted to use that video footage to create some shorts, so keep an eye out for that. That's kind of like what I'm trying with this stuff. So, you know, by all means, keep an eye out on the channel. Give us a like and a subscribe. I think we did good today. I did not think I was going to be on for this long. That's okay. It doesn't matter. I love this. So, to me, this is a big bonus. And, I don't know. I love doing this. And, I guess look, you don't get to experience this sort of elation unless you earned it. And I feel like I earned it. Only because I put in hours of testing to create things that are unique in this game that we love. That's it. And you can catch me outside. I'm always outside. Like, let's go. Like, you can find me at any time. Send me a shout. Send me a request. Discord, ONSETTER 2676. Probably gonna change it up to just ONSETTER or whatever. How they're doing up the new stuff. I'm on a bunch of major No Man's Sky channels, so you can always say what's up. Look, if you have even questions about how this works, like today we had Magnate. They were like, what's a companion egg? I was like, oh, child. Like, I just want to talk to you. Don't run away. And they ran away. Look, just give me a shout. I'll hook you up. Not even a thing. I'm not at your beck and call, so don't be all like that. But I'm out here doing the Void Mother's work, trying to make sure everyone's all 16, 16, 16. Alright? Let's go. I'll see you guys later. Much love. You've been on site with ONSETTER.